What's the quickest you've noped out of a job? I had a job in a salad plant. Those bags of salad mix a lot of restaurants use. I was there for 2 weeks coring lettuce in front of a conveyor belt, 8 hours a day. Pick up a head, slam it, pull the core, put it down. Next, you talk to your co-workers, or you plot the downfall of Western civilization. One really sweet lady had been there for 10 years. 10 years on the lettuce line. She got called into the office and was gone for about half an hour. She said, "I won't be here tomorrow." I got promoted. I asked what she'd be doing. Cabbage. I didn't quit. I wished her well, dropped my sheet and walked out. I feel bad about not quitting, but I was young and, well, 10 years, that was 28 years ago. Had I stayed I might be up to carrots by now. I sometimes wonder how my life might be different had I stayed, and in those moments I celebrate every decision I've ever made. When I say I didn't quit, I walked out. I didn't formally tell anyone I was leaving, and I provided no notice. I've never left any other job this way. Was looking for a sporadic part-time job. Applied at this little catering company that had been around for a while. Showed up for the interview and realized that a rich guy had bought it 2 weeks earlier for his wife to have a hobby. They fired everyone and hired friends' kids to help out. I was literally the only one with cooking or hospitality experience. They get me to help out for a few hours to see if they like me. We get along and there are a couple red flags, but the pay is about 50% higher than the going rate. We agree to meet on the Sunday to finish up prep for the week and get everything sorted for my role. Show up 15 minutes early and nobody is there. I waited 30 minutes and said fuck it, since I literally just started and didn't have her number, but she had mine. She calls the next day at 8 AM demanding I don't go to my regular job and get in there to help her out since she waited an hour for me. I told her I was there at 2 and waited. She then explodes saying that she owns the business and was with her husband at brunch, so it would have been rude to step out to call me. Then she goes Flamer's baking company on me. Goes off on how she fired everyone because these cooks think they knew better than her, but she goes out and eats all the time. How she knows more about restaurants than anyone in the city, and how as a grateful employee I should have sat and waited for her to finish her very important brunch. I ended up hanging up on her. They were closed within 3 more weeks. Seems she knew so much about restaurants she forgot that to own a food service business, you need a food handling certificate and at least one person with certification. 3 days after my 2-week training point I was supposed to be a seasonal temp worker for a national propane company. The job distribution and training consisted of taking calls off hours for people who wanted refills and acting as a messenger service, referring their contact info their local store when they opened the next day. Easy peasy. When I got out onto the floor, I found I was actually expected to be a dispatcher for drivers and also first point of contact for all emergency situations. Things I had never been so much as briefed on in training. My first shift I had to field a call from a local police officer who was on site to a horrific propane truck crash. I got to wake the guy's district manager in the dead of night, tell him his worker was dead and the overturned truck was blocking a few lines of the freeway and the police were trying to get a hold of him. That was just the start. A customer got the smell of garlic and eggs in the house. I got the call. What do I do next, Mr. Dispatcher? Fuck if I know. Get out of the house as soon as possible. Code detector is going off. I got the call. Instead of 911 for some reason, I had zero interest in being a underpaid, not trained emergency dispatcher. It's the only job I took off on without giving a 2-week notice. I was nice enough to finish out my shift on the 3rd day, but that was it. Not sure if this counts, but it looks like a good majority of the replies on here revolve around noping out during the interview process. Had an interview at a large state correctional facility to be a nurse. I came with a sheet of paper full of questions and a pencil. I had a lot of questions to figure out whether the insane pay was worth my time. I was interviewed by our employee and some lady with a fancy title who wasn't even a nurse and was not even the manager of the nurses. I have no idea why she interviewed me. Once they were done interviewing me, I whipped out my long list and my pencil. I could see nervousness wash over their faces. They could hardly answer any of my questions. The answers they did give for some of my questions were mediocre. The only question they could answer with certainty was this one. Me. I have been told that the nurses can be mandated to work up to 24 hours. How often are nurses being mandated? Hours? Well, it's happening quite often. But that's why we are interviewing you. We are hoping to change that. That concluded my questions. I still had quite a few more, but after hearing that I was like nope. The lady with the fancy title could see I had many more questions written down. When I began to fold up my sheet of paper and put it away, she looked so defeated. The pair acted like they've never been questioned during an interview before, and maybe they hadn't. I would think any nurse interviewing at a prison would at least make a mental list of questions to ask. They offered me a job the following evening. Obviously that was a big fat hell no. Not really that quick of a nope out of a job, but I've only had 3 jobs in my life and this still pisses me off to this day. I signed up to Milios to work as a delivery driver. My parents said to get a second job, and I said I could do deliveries, and since it was their car I felt that I had to go through them to see what they thought of the idea. They were okay with it, so I decided to try for the job. I get there, and this sweet old lady manager sits there with me while I'm filling out the employment form. She asks about the hours I'll want, how the job will be, and just generally chatting, and whatever. I was going to be paid $2 less an hour, but she said that tips would make up for the wage drop. My parents said similar, so I figured, fuck it, I'll take a chance. I start working a week later, after everything went through, and I come into work on my first day. Immediately I'm asked to take orders for people at front counter. I say that I was hired as a driver, and they said they can't really pay me to just sit around all day, so I should be working. Immediately I start thinking about how weird it is. They barely teach me how to take orders. The few people working there just sort were like, dude, take his order, and I had to say that I didn't know how to do that. They really didn't know how to train people, and it was very obvious from the get-go. They constantly just assumed I knew things, or that I would just understand eventually. Once I got my first delivery for the day, I booked it, and just got through the order as quick as I could. It was nice, not gonna lie. Pretty nice job, and I got a $5 tip, so it was sort of worth it, I guess. The moment I got back they asked me to start sweeping around the place and to wipe down the tables. First remark again, that I was hired to drive, and the manager replies with the same thing as before, we can't pay you to stand around and do nothing. I figure alright, whatever. I sweep up, and they send me home after, I would say, maybe 3 or 4 hours. The next 3 or 4 days were similar. A few hours of work and only 1 order per day. The money was not adding up, and on the final day I worked there, they told me to make sandwiches. I told them I've never done that and that. Oh, but you work at big restaurant chain, so you'll be alright, neglecting that I've never even touched any of the food. I immediately have no idea what to do, and they explain nothing. I'm supposed to be putting meat on sandwiches and sauces on the sandwich buns, but nothing is labeled at all. I keep asking them for help, and one of them straight up just says, dude, I'm kind of busy right now. One of the customers makes jokes and stuff. First day, haha, it's fine man, to ease it a little bit, but I'm getting more and more angry since they actually don't even bother training me or anything. They just shove me into making sandwiches and expect me to know everything. We get through the small 20-minute rush, and one of the staff tells me to start washing lettuce in the back. At this point I decided I'm going to quit, and I'm just trying to find the quickest way to. A regional manager comes in and starts talking with the manager for a bit. I get finished with the lettuce and I talk with her about my employment. I tell her that I was hired to be a delivery driver and that I was not doing that while being paid $2 less an hour. The numbers weren't adding up, and I honestly did not believe this job was worth my time or for me at all. She said it was fine and that I would be taken off the schedule and be sent a check for the time spent working. Never got the check. Don't even care. I hated that I had to do the same work as everyone else around me and be paid $2 less an hour for it. The money was not worth it at all, but the staff was alright, if a little awkward, since they were all still in school and I wasn't. I'm a dropout. Sue me. They just could not train people for shit and seemed to have no ability to understand that new people don't know shit. TLDR, company was a variation of a pyramid scheme and were very unprofessional, so I actually quit 24 hours before I started my first shift. I recently went on the job hunt. I applied for a management position at a mid-range direct sales company in Dallas, and they were way too eager for me to interview. I arrived 5 minutes early, and there were about 20 other people in the waiting area. Each interview that I witnessed lasted around 7 minutes, and they were 45 minutes late getting to me. When mine rolled around, it lasted about 10 minutes, and consisted of them apologizing and making me sell to them. Despite my misgivings, I came back the following day for the second round interview where they essentially explained this position as a pyramid scheme, but I don't have to buy the product. They just supply it. Once I peddled their wares for a few weeks, I could start recruiting and training my own team, which is where the money came in. I would be grandfathered into the sales they made, and would be promoted once I had recruited enough people that stayed a certain amount of time. Okay, I could deal with this, but they were 38 minutes late interviewing me. Again, they offer me the job and tell me a start date of Monday the following week. Someone should be in touch with the formal offer and more details. 3 days pass with no call. So I email nothing. Next day, I call nothing. Saturday rolls around, and I still can't get anyone, so I go in person. I waited 50 minutes in the waiting room, while the receptionist kept assuring me it would only be another minute or two the entire time. I politely informed the receptionist of my name, and that I do, in fact, quit. I went to an interview at a car dealership, and the first time I was there was kind of like the screening process, to screen applicants for what I thought was an admin/office position from Indeed. The guy who talked to all of us on that first day was a self-proclaimed big deal in the industry as far as training and overall success goes. 70-ish-year-old male, and started hitting on me in a group of 10 people almost immediately. Against my better judgment, I came back when I was called for the second day, which was the day everyone from previous screenings kind of came together. He started with this presentation about how the car industry worked and how there was a metric ton of money to be made. Which isn't wrong, but I was misled as far as what, if any, legitimate salary position was available. He then told us that the owner of the franchise was going to be interviewing everyone individually, and that we should all study up on what he'd just taught. There were 30 of us, and we had already sat through a 2-hour presentation about something we didn't want in a 75+ room and faking July. I waited around for maybe 2 people to go in and leave after their interview, unbelievably another hour and 15 minutes, and then just left. It was on my day off, and I had already wasted enough time on these people, who clearly had no consideration for any of us. It was brutal. So much nope. Was laid off from my job of 12.5 years as a graphic designer for a firm in the DC area. Started looking and got a lead on a contract position for some random company in the area. Spoke to a recruiter over the phone and everything sounded great. Specifics of the designer job and details sounded on par to what I was interested in. We set up an interview. I show up, and the receptionist seats me in their oddly large waiting room. Many chairs. As I wait, more and more folks come in and sit. I start to get suspicious. Shortly, 2 sharp dressed cool talking hit bro dudes burst in and introduce themselves to everyone in the waiting room, asking us to all come into the conference room for a little intro video. Now I'm really puzzled. The conference room fills up. It's just a large room with many chairs all facing a screen with a projector in the center on a table. The bro dudes come up front and do a little spiel on how cool the company is and that we are now going to enjoy a video. Lights go down, video starts playing. Turns out it's a company that sells benefits packages to law enforcement and public safety groups. The video makes it look like you work for a fraternity/sorority with parties, hip young folks getting lots of money, and having lots of fun. Reminds me of Home Industries. That's the sort of place this is, Jen. A lot of sexy people, not doing much work and having affairs. I stood up and walked out after about 10 minutes into the video. As I did, the bro dudes paused the video and called me out in front of the group. They were prepared for this. Where are you going? I'm leaving. Why? Because I'm leaving. They continued to ridicule me and told me I was making a mistake. I told them that they had just flat out lied to me on the phone and laughed as I walked out the door. Fact companies that bait and switch you like that in particular. I learned a good lesson that day. When I was 16 I was recruited for a door-to-door newspaper subscription sales job by a guy I met in a mall parking lot. A promising start, right? That wasn't the deal breaker. I met him again the next afternoon, and he took me and a few other new recruits to a housing development in his van. Along the way, he talked practically non-stop and was extremely enthusiastic about the position, like, suspiciously so. In retrospect, he'd probably been hitting the Florida snow beforehand. That wasn't the deal breaker. When my new co-workers could get a word in edgewise, I learned that one of them believed aliens were beaming mind control signals that could be blocked by literal tinfoil hats. Well, aluminum foil. And while the rest didn't share his zeal on the matter, they all seemed to find it plausible. That wasn't the deal breaker. Fortunately, I didn't end up working with any of those fine specimens of humanity. The buzzed boss dropped us all off at different parts of the housing complex, and I canvassed houses on a dreary November day. Over the course of 4 or 5 hours, I only managed to sell one daily subscription to a family with deaf parents. The children translated my pitch into signing, and 2 Sunday-only ones to a pregnant woman whose dog kept trying to force its way past her to jump on me, and to a very furtive woman with 2 black eyes. That wasn't the deal breaker. When the van picked me back up in the evening, I gave the completed subscription forms to the boss. He explained that, no matter what option people chose, he signed everyone up for the daily option. Once they noticed they were receiving and being charged for a paper every day, it would be up to them to call the newspaper and deal with the customer retention team to downgrade their subscriptions if they could. He laughed about difficult the newspaper made it to change a subscription. That was the deal breaker. I forget exactly how I quit, but I remember it was in the van with the tinfoil hatter and other soon-to-be former colleagues. I think the shady AF boss asked if I'd be available the next day, and I told him that I wouldn't be coming back. He went off on a tirade about how I was passing up a golden opportunity, would never amount to anything, blah blah blah. I do remember that he ended it with, there are 2 types of people in this world, winners and losers. Which one are you? I replied, whichever type you are, I'm the other one. And got out of the van. I'm still proud of my teenage self for that one. Disclaimer, I know you guys are hoping for stories about giving everyone the finger while you walk away from a burning building, but this is something I consider to be a defining moment for how I think about jobs. So I'm gonna tell it anyway. Point shortly after graduating from high school, I was working at a temp agency and, along with several others, got sent for a 2-week contract at a distribution warehouse. For 8 hours a day, I stood next to a conveyor belt, and if a box came by with certain numbers, I'd pick it up and put it on the pallet behind me. It was mind-numbingly simple work, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was the asshole boss who would come around 2 or 3 times a day just to yell at everyone. No talking. No listening to music. You're not standing close enough to your pallet. My theory was that he actually had a fancy degree in management or something and resented the fact that he was only in charge of a dirty old warehouse. And it was dirty. I started getting nosebleeds within the first week. By day 4, several people had gotten fed up and just walked out in the middle of their shifts. Shortly after, a rumor started going around that the contract was going to be extended to 3 weeks. That was when I noped out. As soon as I was done for the day, I drove over to the agency office and politely told them that I would finish the 2 weeks, but that the job sucked and I didn't want to be sent back for a 3rd. They were shocked, not by the fact that I was asking to not be sent back, but by the fact that I was willing to finish the 2 weeks at all. I think they loved me after that, because my next assignment was a 6-month contract as a groundskeeper for the local hospital. It was probably the best contract they had, and I know a fact that they gave it to me because I didn't burn any bridges by leaving the warehouse right away. It was much more physically demanding work, but it had a much better work environment. TLDR, noping out gracefully is better than noping out with style. TLDR. Seasonal help for ups. Worked with a driver that basically had a "I'm union, we don't need to kill ourselves" attitude. was swapped over to a "oh my god sprint across the people's yards" attitude. Left me alone in a parking lot with several $1,000s of merch because his truck was too full. Quit that day and ratted him out to ups. One winter in college I was kinda strapped for cash, so I decided to apply for the seasonal help for ups. Got the job. Went to the intro class, and they explained very calmly you are always supposed to carry the package a certain way, walk and never run, and always use proper footpaths, don't run across people's lawns, etc. I get paired with this one driver who had an attitude of "I'm union, we'll go at a comfortable speed, not kill ourselves, and if the truck isn't empty at the end of the day, well it is what it is. Have a comfortable 5-day work week with him." He explains last day I'm being transferred to another guy that really needs the help, and warns me he's a little high strung. First day with the guy, he basically asks me to speed up. Okay, I can power walk. He then starts asking me to walk across people's lawns, as it's quicker. I point out the intro class, and he says well I really need you to go faster. Okay, sure. Power walk across a person's lawn, step in a hole in the grass on my way back, and twist my ankle. That was neat. Second day with him, we meet in a parking lot of a Walgreens, and he starts emptying the truck. I'm very confused. He explains the truck was overloaded that morning, he can't get to anything, and he's going to leave me with the packages and he'll be right back. I sat in my car, in a parking lot, afraid to leave these packages for 3 hours. He shows up like nothing is wrong, and I just say nah dude, I'm out. I get in my car, drive home, and receive a call from ups saying the driver said I left. I explain the full situation, and the girl on the other end asks me to retell my story one more time to her supervisor, which I happily oblige. Not sure whatever happened with him, but fuck that noise. Willing to do whatever job I could find. Another student once lured me into this job that had me wear a chef's hat and cooking apron, spatula in the side pocket, going from door to door in the freezing cold trying to sign up people for expensive food boxes that actually contained nothing more than brown cabbage leaves and a transparent meat slice. I was okay with this until the next day. Instead of the chef's outfit I received a blue shirt with the UNICEF logo. Again from door to door I had to convince people to donate to UNICEF monthly. What these people didn't know, for every person I convinced my payment went up. Basically I had to convince people to donate money to charity every month, yet the ultimate goal was for me to get my payroll up at the end of the day. I had some serious moral issues with this. I never signed anybody up for the donation or sold any food boxes. They fired me the third day because they didn't believe in my commercial talent. But they did pay me for the hours I walked from door to door, so in the end, I scammed them because I didn't do shit for them yet were forced by contract to pay me. Applied for a job that would have me working with tech startups creating video for a company handling their marketing. The company was originally a co-op workspace, but they were looking to expand what they offered to clients. Cool first red flag. Went to the interview. Guy who ran the marketing company would ask me a question. I would begin to answer, he would never let me finish and would say right. He either was shit as a person or was trying to make me feel like an insignificant blip in his busy schedule. Second red flag. I got a text at 3 AM in the morning saying I got the job and to call as soon as I can. Went back to bed and called in the morning. Third red flag. When I called, was told that they didn't expect someone with my experience to apply, and not only did they hire me, but also 2 of the other candidates. It would be my responsibility to manage, teach, and lead the video team. Not what I signed up for, but I've had some amazing job experiences by just saying yes to random things. Fourth red flag. I was told, in order to start paperwork, I had to go to specific office location 3 cities over. They are partnered with a program and that's where the pay from the position was coming from. I had to fill out the forms, and then I'd come back into the office to start work. Intermission. For those wondering why I'm still going through this process. I was trying to leave a soul-crushing job at the time, and unfortunately where I live, sketchy situations is common for video/photography work. Fifth red flag. I go to the specified office location. It turns out to be a city-aided work placement program for people who have trouble finding/holding jobs. The majority of people in there have never finished high school for whatever reason and are looking to be employed. The other 2 people hired are not only confused, but were never told that others were hired as well. I don't even mention the company asked me to be team lead. 6th red flag. We were given worksheets to fill out and had to write a personal essay on what kind of job we were looking for. I approached the worker assigned to us and asked them what the purpose of doing these worksheets were. If we already landed the job, it seemed a little backwards. The worker was hesitant to agree. It's also at this point that alarm bells are going off in my head. I was already on the fence about this whole thing, but my priority now shifted to not only not follow through with the hiring process, but also to let the other 2 hires know how not normal this was. They looked like they were fresh out of film school and were desperate. As I left, I told them how many red flags I've been getting about the whole thing, so if they do take the job, just be cautious about the whole thing and keep an eye out for other opportunities. 7th red flag. I got a call later that night from the person who interviewed me. Told me that I needed to go into that specified office location twice a week for 6 weeks in order to complete an employment course. He tried to explain that in order for them to receive the grant/funding for our employment, they had to only hire people who had gone through that program. I declined the job offer, and the person interviewing me said, "Good, you probably wouldn't have made it in this business anyways." Root point theory. The company created the position to receive a grant from this employment program and was planning to underpay their hires in order to take advantage of the funding. They also thought they would also end up turning a profit if they actually hired people to do the work. The issue was that they could only hire people who had went through and had completed the 6 weeks of training classes, as the funding was meant to help create opportunities for those who needed that program and went through it. This was an issue for the company because the work they wanted to hire for is considered to be a high skill level position. Job postings words, not mine. So they tried to reverse the process, hire someone and then send them through the program so they can actually hire them. Which leads me to believe they hired 3 of us, not expecting all of us to stick through it. This happened last year, so out of curiosity I checked out their website. The video department made 1 video. I'm guessing the other 2 hires stuck it out for 1 project, realized how bad the situation was, and then left. The worst part is that they probably had to do the 6 weeks of classes. Did a job interview for a now extinct electronics retailer. Let's call them Cell Phone Shed. Received a job offer from a regional manager for minimum wage plus commission as a store manager right out of college. I had an interview with major pharmacy chain right after the shed, and it went really well, so I decided to hold off on accepting the offer. I had fast forward a week, and pharmacy hadn't gotten back to me, so I finally caved and called the shed back to accept the job. I went in, got my name badge, pat on the back, and drug test forms from the RM, then went and peed in a cup. An hour later, on my way home from the drug test, I get a call from pharmacy offering me an assistant manager position at over double what the shed was going to pay me. In Southern California right out of college, you have to take that point. I called the RM back at the shed after accepting the job with pharmacy and told him that I'd been offered a salary of over twice as much by another employer and couldn't pass it up. He gave me the "Oh, shucks, too bad. I really liked you, and I know you'll go far," then told me not to worry about the drug test. I mentioned I'd already taken it, and holy crap, I have never heard that volume of shouting into a phone before or since. Dodged a bullet there. Point. So, yes, I was an employee of Cell Phone Shed for about 90 minutes. Needless to say, I've left that one off my resume. Ups package handler during the holiday season. Part-time, 5 to 10 shift 4 days/week. I was in college at the time. Look, I'm not a stranger to getting my hands dirty. I had worked construction jobs. I had worked in warehouses. This job was hell. Like almost literally how I imagine hell if it were a real place. Let me walk you through it. You show up and you're immediately put in truck container parked at a dock. It's freezing because you're basically outdoors. The conveyor belt turns on. Packages start coming, and they come fast. You scan every package, then play a game of 3D Tetris with boxes that weigh anywhere from 1 pound to 60 lbs. Sometimes heavy packages will just explode. You have to clean those up, but the conveyor doesn't stop. Sometimes your branch of the conveyor will get jammed with a bunch of packages. You have to climb up and clear it with a broomstick. Conveyor still running. All those jammed packages come rushing down at once, along with more packages, because the conveyor is still running. You start sprinting to catch up. Now you're launching boxes onto the wall point, then the brake alarm blows. Conveyors finally stop. Now here's a challenge. The bathroom is on one side of the warehouse. The cafeteria is on the other. You can try to do both, pee and grab a snack and a water, but you'll probably fail. So choose wisely. Because you better be back in that container when the second brake alarm blows in 15 minutes, or you might get written up. Then the process starts again until your shift is over. All of this for $9/HR, which after union dues is closer to $8/HR. Lasted 2 weeks before walking into the supervisor's office and telling him I'm done. No 2 weeks, just done. And I'm a good employee. I've never been fired, never left without notice except for this hell on earth. Kirby faking Kirby. Not the fastest I've ever left a job, but second fastest. Was in a bad financial way. Needed money. The ad said guaranteed $500 weekly. Interviewed. Offered the job on the spot. Dude said guaranteed $500 weekly. But if you sell you get whatever. Is higher $500 or commission. Selling vacuums, but what the hell, I'm game. Also, all appointments are preset by the canvassers. Plus a one-time $100 attendance bonus paid Saturday if you don't miss a day your first week. Wow. This all sounds great. Lol. There's a sucker born every day, am I right? Go to orientation and another 2 days of training. Trainer was an hour late for orientation. Not a good way to start a working relationship, but I'll let it slide. They were at least honest here and said training was not paid. Monday rolls around. My first day riding with a crew. I'm pumped, ready to make some money. Get to the office early. Sit down for the morning meeting and blam. The faking Kirby song blares at 1,000,000 decibels. YouTube this sheet. It's unreal. They play this every faking morning. All the salespeople, managers, canvassers, ECT point clapping and singing right along. I thought they were playing a joke on us new people. They were not. My god, that song will haunt my dreams for years to come. Monday I shadowed someone and learned the spiel. Tuesday they put us all out on the street, knocking doors for faking hours. And I thought all the appointments were preset. What the fuck? Okay, fuck it. I really need the money, so suck it up and knock. This was repeated wed, free, and sat. Get dropped off in some random neighborhood, one that usually had a no soliciting sign in front, and start knocking shitty. Tuesday through Saturday I did 10 demos, 2 sales that didn't close due to credit issues, and 2 that really wanted it but were on fixed incomes and couldn't take on a new monthly bill. All told, out of the sales guys, myself included, our van only had 1 sale actually close. After we finish up Saturday evening and are headed back to the office, I start planning on which bills to pay first. Driver goes into the office and grabs our checks. I hop in my car, drive my 30 minutes home, think better and stop at the bank first. Open my check to see $100 FAQ. Driver must have missed my other check. Call him. Dude, where's my check? Oh bro, I thought they explained that in training. If you don't do 15 demos in a week you don't get $500. So let me get this straight. I tracked my hours from the time I left my house in the morning until I pulled back in the driveway at night. In 6 days I was gone just over 89 hours. And you fakers paid me $100? Yeah bro, I thought they explained that in. Click, found a new job, a real job, and now I'm super happy. TLDR, Fat Kirby. The vacuum kicks ass. The sales companies blow dirty rotten ass. I lasted a whopping 2 days working at McDonald's. First day they didn't really give any training, just threw me in at the window and had me taking orders as well as dropping fries and cleaning, etc. This was my second job and I was botching everything, faking up orders because I didn't know the process, burned the fuck out of myself with the grease from the fryers, and was so goddamn stressed that by the end of the day I felt traumatized. Second day I go in, make it about 5 minutes into the day, walk to the restroom and splash some water on my face, realize I can't do this sheet, and take my shirt off and return it. thank them for the opportunity and note the fuck out of their point. Another job I had working for a rent-to-own company. It was the slowest I've noped out of a job that I wish I would have left quickly. I started in account management and spent every day repossessing people's shit and taking their money on the road. I've never felt so disgraced in my life, but I needed the money and it was tough to find a good gig during that time period. I remember having to take a laptop from a handicapped girl. Her father was a real piece of shit crackhead who never made payments on it, and if he did it was a few dollars that I would take to appease my manager and give them an extension on their payments. Eventually it came to the point where they were 3 months late on payments and my manager wanted to file charges on the father. I went to the house and pleaded with him to make some kind of payment so that I wouldn't have to take the laptop. He didn't give a shit, and if I'd had the money to make the payment myself I probably would've, because the look on that little girl's face when I had to take the laptop faking crushed me. I'd considered walking out that day, but I just couldn't afford to financially. I lasted a few more years and eventually made it up to store manager of a couple different locations and was making pretty good money, but the job just sucked the soul out of me and eventually I quit and moved away from the area because I felt like I lost my dignity working there. I try not to think about the times I worked there because it was so stressful. It was the late 1990s and I learned/worked in radio in Chicago for around 10 years. We had, at the time, moved to Seattle so that I could do my radio thing there, but Seattle radio was/is kind of the pits. And this is before the interwebs destroyed radio point anyway. I was applying all over the country for a morning radio gig. I wanted to be the next Emma Sorstern, who didn't, right? Amazingly I landed a gig in South Carolina. I won't tell you the name of the town, but it rhymes with cock thrill point, so there I was, in my first morning gig. I was psyched. Now, a precursor to this is that this town of cock thrill is rather conservative, and the owner of the radio station or stations was/is incredibly conservative. But I felt he was rational, or so I thought. Oh yeah, 2 more items. 1. At the same time I had been offered the head producer job at a station in Cincinnati, and 2. At the South Carolina station I had been offered to live upstairs at the radio station until I had gotten my feet and could find a place of our own. Point now the fun point, so I trundle on downstairs for my morning show. I had a nice shirt, khakis and a pair of beans on my feet. No socks. I hate socks. But I looked good, professional, and I was ready to go. So I work my first morning shift when one of the owners comes up to me, cramming, the owner, and not his real name. Now, Jbejahog, we wear socks around here. Point Jbejahog. Well, now cramming, you know that we are on the radio here. They can't see us cramming. Jbejahog, this is my station. I want you to wear socks round here. Jbejahog, cramming, you got it, sir. So I went right back upstairs, grabbed the phone, and called the Cincinnati station and asked if the head producer's position was still available. They said that it was. I said that I'd take it immediately. Later that night, after everybody went home, I packed up my purple Toyota minivan. I miss that car. Destroyed in a rollover accident when I skidded on ice, and had it ready for the next day. Point the next day I got up and did the morning show shift thing over again. Once the show was over I asked my, let's call him Frig, programming director and cramming for a quick chat. Point and this was one of the hardest things I have ever had to do. My heart was pounding like a running rabbit, and I was sweating bullets. That stupid tie. Jbejahog, gentlemen, after a bit of time. I don't think this is going to work out. I just think that we are not going to see eye to eye on some things, and that's going to work out badly for me in the end. So, here's my key to the station. Thanks for the opportunity. Point cramming, but you just got here. Now don't go running away with your tail between your legs. Jbejahog, I appreciate that, but I've made up my mind. Point Frig, we had 700 t-shirts printed up that said I woke up with Jbejahog, cramming. When you interviewed with us, you were in a coat and tie. This is highly unprofessional. Point Jbejahog, I do feel sorry about that. And, cramming, when I interviewed with you, we did it over a video link. I had a coat and tie on for you to see. I was wearing shorts under the table. Anyway, you guys have a great day, and I noped the heck out of there and never looked back. To this day this station in Cockthrill, South Carolina is still the same conservative sheet stain on the map that it was 20 years ago. I drove to Cincinnati and told the wife to change the mover's destination. That was a fun chat and we had a pretty good 2 years there. But I never had another morning show again. Oh well, life goes on. His thread has skyrocketed so probably no one will see this. But in high school I took a job at an embroidery shop in the evenings. Essentially they were going to bring me on full time when school ended, but set up jobs for me to do after 5 when the day crew left. Because I was pretty competent running the machines, the owner's son, who ran the place, was always kind of creepy. Just weird looks and awkward conversations. I didn't think much about it. So I'm there on night after dark. Everyone had gone home, and some heavy storm started hitting. The power ended up going out, and generators ran most of the stuff, but couldn't push the 215 head machines we used for large runs, like we were doing that night. So I offered to head home, and after some conversation he convinced me to stay, so he could start teaching me how digitize into the backup power in all the computers and lights. So we head down the bellows of the building. This was a pretty big facility, into an office, where they had the digitizing computers set up. He says something like, "Oh, I forgot some stuff we'll need," and left the room for like 10 minutes before boom the lights go out, and it's completely dark. Not really knowing the building, I decide to just sit in the dark and wait for him to come back instead of tripping over something or getting lost. A few minutes later the door creaks open, and I hear him say, "Generator must have ran out." So I'm like, alright, I'll just head home for the night. I can feel him like weirdly close to me as he's telling me that it's way too bad out for me to be driving. He's kind of shallow breathed, but I didn't think much about it. He was just usually a weird guy in general. But finally he says he'll lead me out, to just take his hand, and he'll guide me out. So I reluctantly do, because it was pitch black, and you couldn't see anything. So anyway I take his hand and he's pulling me through, but kind of forcefully pulling my arm down. And that's when I feel the sweatiest, nastiest fat little lump grinding across my fingers. My immediate reaction was to pull back and swing, hammering him in the dick as hard as I could. He didn't really scream or anything, he just grunted. But it wasn't like a pain grunt, more like a groan in pleasure. I tripped over like 50 things getting the fuck out of there and never looked back. Reported the incident the next day to the school, as their job started as an internship their graphic design program set me up with. He got arrested, I had to be deposed, and testify in court a couple times. Turns out he had previously been convicted of raping his young son and done time, but because the business was in his mom's name they didn't catch it. The business went under like right away. When it came out they were breaking a bunch of child labor laws, letting minors run the big screen print and embroidery machinery, which was against state and local child labor laws, given the internships were supposed to be for graphic design. Turns out that they were giving the principal kickbacks to send them kids for internships that basically provided them with free labor to run a large segment of their business. Principal got fired. The entire thing was a huge scandal locally, but I was unidentified because I was a minor. So at least people don't associate my name with some sweaty fat guy grinding his dick on a 17-year-old boy. TLDR. Got molested. I mean, I don't feel like it was that serious, but by definition got molested by an old fat dude at a high school job and craziness ensued. I was hired for a job as an office manager at a bail bonds office. I was skeptical, but it seemed exciting. I went in the first day. I had a huge office and a secretary. Mind you, I wasn't making much, but I graduated in 2008 and there were 0 jobs. I had an office. I made an erratic decision to take the job because I needed to pay bills. Then I did my research. The owner had a string of misdemeanors and fraud all over the state. No idea how he even was licensed. The red flags were on fire, but I needed the job. On the 3rd day, we all attended a training session. I was in my early 20s and wanted to make a good impression that I was smart, savvy, and tough. Oh, and also that I was fluent in Spanish. I can read and speak Spanish, but I had a hard time understanding when it was spoken to me. Even then, I knew Spain Spanish and Mexican Spanish. when this creepy, older Colombian man who worked in the office started hitting on me in Spanish. I understood enough to keep a conversation going. Instead of immediately saying I'm really not keeping up with what you're saying, I just agreed with him and ended up in an awkward lunch date situation point. That was definitely my fault, but between that and the burning red flags, I had my nope moment. Good thing too, because the whole office was shut down after 2 months. Fraud and the like. Just before a job offer was made. I've been baking since I was a kid and my dream is to open my own special events cake bakery out of my home. But I make rather decent looking event cakes and have years of practice. I currently work a sheet job, so I thought, why not go for the gold a bit? I get an interview with a bakery about half an hour 45 minutes from my apartment. After bending over backwards to leave my full-time job and get to her bakery on the other side of the city, I figure she'd appreciate my willingness to work with her schedule. Woman I interviewed with was the owner, who proceeded to tell me how small and inexperienced I was and praise herself for being so generous to take me under her wing and teach me the ropes. Tells me her whole life story about how she left her nice accounting job and cashed her $401k to open her store, and aren't I impressed? Then goes on to tell me that she's looking for someone who won't steal her methods and take them elsewhere. She says that your generation, millennials, are job hoppers and aren't loyal. What the fuck? You're going to berate me because I'm trying to change jobs after a year? It's a pain in the ass to change jobs. You think I like doing the song and dance for people like you? She schedules me to come in and decorate a cake for her. I inform her that no, I can't come in the very next day at 1 PM because I have a full-time job across town. Where, you ask? Downtown, whereas this bakery is in a fringe community. Oh, that's not so bad. I live in a city 3 hours away and drive home every night. Aren't I impressed? She proceeds to cheat on the city I live in because hers is so much better. We finally agree on a day and time. I come in and she's in a tizzy because she faked up a wedding cake that's due for delivery in an hour. She's yelling at everyone, who are all those disloyal millennials, by the way, for faking up her cake, and the bakery is a mess. The owner was being a particular brand of beachy to the wedding coordinator, another millennial, and blaming her outright for the cake not working out. The coordinator had the balls to say I don't touch the cakes. I did my job by confirming the design with the bride and ensuring this cake is out the door on time. I don't decorate or bake. I'm failing to see how any of this is my fault. Cue the backpedaling from the owner. Oh, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry you feel I'm blaming you when I'm not. The sheer negativity and vitriol was distracting and upsetting. Knowing I was being watched and judged by these mean-spirited people was embarrassing, especially since they didn't show me where any tools were and only gave me white buttercream and white fondant to work with, so I was scrambling around searching for sheet. I finally just went home and cried. I was tired of feeling like nothing to this horrible woman. Interviewing immediately after college graduation. Publishing company in DC suburbs. Entry-level meaningless job. Guy who would have been my boss was maybe 23 or 24. Walks in after the hour interview and proceeds to conduct his own interview. All the standard questions including, what makes you certain this is a job you're capable of? I respond with the standard bullshit reply of, oh, I thrive on opportunity and I can handle any challenge thrown at me. He smirks, looks at my transcript and resume and asks, well then, why didn't you get a 4.0 in college? I wanted to punch that loser in the face. This was an entry-level data entry job at a no-name publisher in the DC suburbs. I think the salary was $22,000. I looked at him and said, well, some of us had to party and get laid. His smirk fell right of his face. Now, he wanted to punch me. I laughed and said, fuck it man, I couldn't work with you. Got up and walked out to the parking lot. Dude actually followed me out there saying you think you're so cool, don't you? Faking. Cringe-worthy. I guarantee the dude has stalked girls before. Not me but my best friend, Joe. I had moved to the city from a small town and a couple years later my friend got engaged and wanted to move to my city. He came to stay with me in advance of his wedding to find a job and a place to live after the wedding. He was from a very small town, had no experience with life in any real city, and was more than a little naive. Joe answered an ad for a job and got hired on the spot selling cheap artwork to local businesses. They paired him with a guy who was supposed to show him the ropes, and they took off in the guy's car to go sell crappy framed art prints. He said the guy was talking continuously, like he was on speed, and not paying attention to the road, and he rear-ended a police car. He immediately freaked out and demanded that Joe jump over and tell the cop he was driving. Apparently he had outstanding bench warrants for failing to appear and his license had been suspended. Joe just started laughing at the guy and later called me to come get him at the county jail. Of course I was shocked and wanted to know why he was at the jail. Joe wasn't charged with anything, just decided to go along for the ride to the jail and call me to pick him up there. It was his first and last day on that job. His next one went much better, by the way. I worked for a company owned by a husband and wife for 2 weeks. The husband had only recently started working there because he had lost his corporate job, and it was clear he was a lazy loser who thought he was going to relax while his wife did all the work. She was actually lovely and very talented. For whatever reason, they wanted me to start at 6:30. The entire first week, I sat in my car for at least an hour until the husband showed up to open up shop. During the workday, he would frequently ask me to do weird things which I knew were to hide shit from his wife. It was never anything big, stuff like calling a client back that he had supposedly called days before and acting as though it was my error, but it set off an alarm bell. At the start of my second week, the wife asked me what I thought so far. I told her I thought we should look at my schedule. I would be happy to start my day whenever they wanted, but sitting in my car for so long waiting to start my work day was demoralizing. She was shocked. She thought the husband was arriving to work every day well before me. They had a screaming fight that day and the husband promised me he would beat me there the next day, which he did. The day after that, he didn't arrive until close to 9. I had been waiting for him for more than 2 hours. As soon as he saw me, he said it would be our secret and soon I would learn what things we did, and didn't tell his wife. I finished the day, wrote a resignation letter to the wife, and put it in the toddy bin, a place I knew he would never look, and left. In my early 20s I had a job with a large subcontractor for CN Rail. My rotation was shit, but the pay was half decent. I would work 6 weeks on and 2 weeks off. The longer I worked for the company, the more they would plead with you to cover for guys that couldn't make it back, or if they were short guys. I actually loved taking the extra weeks at first, because in a week I could rack up a lot of extra cash. Fast forward 3 years and I moved to a night shift supervisor. The company has learned they can rely on me to cover extra shifts. I had been asked by a good friend to stand up in his wedding, and had given my company over 8 months of notice that I was booking holiday, which was extremely rare for me. I'm packing my bag to head back home to go to this wedding, and my boss walks in and rudely says, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" I obviously reply with, "To my buddy's wedding, yada yada." He then tells me that because they are so short and I am the only guy with CPR and first aid on my shift, I can't go, or else they will have to shut down night shift until the absent relief supervisor gets back. He also said, sometimes in life we all can't get what we want, and work has to come first occasionally. I honestly was stunned. I had been a company man my whole time there and given them my best effort every day. All I had to say to him was, "What happens if night shift shuts down?" He said, "We will lose 100 grand a night shift, and it could possibly cause issues on the day shift as well." I just simply asked him if he had CPR and first aid, to which he obviously replied yes. And then I just looked back down at my duffel bag and continued packing and said to him, "Well, it looks like you're the new night shift supervisor, because I quit to top this whole situation off. They hadn't even booked me a flight home, and they refused to drive me to a hotel or even into the city limits, so I was pretty convinced when I was walking down the side of the highway near Long Lac, Ontario for over 2 hours that I would never come back." And I would actively tell people to avoid working for a railway company. Long story short, don't ever work for the railway. Back in 2006, I went to interview for a mid-level management job. I got there, and while doing the usual introductory chat with the hours rep, the chair I was sitting in fell apart underneath me. I'm big, but I'm sure as hell not chair crushingly big. They got another chair, and we finished our talk. Then they walked me down to the IT area to meet the actual hiring manager. The IT department at this company was a windowless basement that smelled like mildew. At a row of cubicles sat the most morose, depressed looking people I'd ever seen in a workplace. Not a single family photo or typical cube decoration was on display. It was utterly characterless. Also, everyone was wearing old-fashioned business suit and tie dress. I sat down with the CEO and had a pretty good conversation with him. I think I would have liked working for him under other circumstances. I also got to meet the person I was interviewing to replace, who was also a cool guy and was moving on to another job within the company. On the way out the door, I noticed something else. I didn't see a single PC in the office that was newer than 5 years old. Then, as I was being escorted to the front desk by the hours rep, they explained to me that if hired on, I would have to shave, as this company has a no facial hair policy. I wear a beard and have for about 25 years, so I had a chair fall apart underneath me because they are not spending money on the office. Their office being a lightless windowless basement with God only knows what in the air. A look of utter misery on the faces of my potential future co-workers. An antiquated dress code. A bunch of museum pieces that people were expected to make use of in a business computing environment point and an utterly ludicrous grooming policy point. All that adds up to a big fat nope. My wife left a job after being there for 4 hours. She was supposed to be a business manager for a small pet food and supplies store to help the woman who owned the business get it in the black because she hated doing the numbers stuff. Within a few hours of going through the store, the books, looking at the invoices, and just generally getting a feel for the place, she walked out. The owner was living in the storage area of the store with her 2 dogs, a zoning and lease violation. The 2 dogs both had parvo and were unvaccinated, a state and city health code violation. The store had not reported sales tax in over 2 years, state tax evasion. The owner had been reporting her retail price as the purchase price of her inventory to show zero profit, federal and state tax evasion. The owner had been operating without a business license. The owner had her credit card funds going into her personal account instead of the business account. Not technically illegal, but was mighty shady. As my wife left, she told the owner, "No job is worth the depositions and trial testimony that anybody who works for you would be subpoenaed for when you finally get caught." She then made some anonymous calls to the authorities in question the next morning and washed her hands of the place. Might sound boring, but phone sales, it is pretty common here in Finland that 15-ishers go to try and earn some money. Well, I thought to myself, well, I'm damn good at coming up with conversations. I will manage the job too. Off I go. My first shift was 4 hours. During first hour I talked my mouth dry, blazing through the sales pitch. Second hour, I already felt it was more or less way to try and basically shove the products down the throat of people. By the third hour, I had hear every possible excuse why people don't want magazines. One said their cat just died, and an old lady said she's got cancer. No point ordering magazines, and hung up. I don't know why anyone feels obligated to give reasons. During the last hour I was at the point of disgust towards the job's ethics, and was basically keeping company to the elderly that I had phoned. One guy was especially thrilled because we discussed for a good 20-ish minutes about vintage cars. I even went to the manager to get a sample magazine so I could come up with things to talk about. Next day I went few hours before my shift and resigned. I said I don't need to get paid. The experience was enough. They even asked if I need their info for my future CV. Needless to say, it isn't on the CV but it has been soon 7 years, and it still comes back to me every week or so, how me and the old gentleman talked about the cars. I wish I could somehow get contact to him and find out how he's doing. TLDR went for a font sale company, got a 4-hour wild ride in self-awareness, work ethics, and a handful of heartful conversations with people that I will never see or hear from again. Also, I didn't manage to sell a single magazine, lol. In college, I briefly worked for Ms. Clear. I thought it would be a fun job that would give me some funny stories to tell my friends about. Training was basically just learning how to do simple cold reading techniques and figuring out how to keep people on the phone. I had a friend who did phone search at the time, and I thought it would be similar. A little shady, but mostly just providing entertainment. I had a supervisor listen to my calls the first day. First call was someone who wanted to know if their daughter would come or of a coma. I tried to comfort her the best I could and made it a relatively short call. I was told that I handled it poorly and we could have kept her on the phone longer. The second call was a young girl who wanted to know if ex-boyfriend would ever love her again. Seemed innocent enough until I was pretty sure she was suicidal. I had done some volunteer work at a suicide helpline and recognized the signs. I managed to convince her to call a suicide helpline for someone to talk to. My manager told me that it's not my job to help people, it's my job to make money for the company. I told my manager that she was a subhuman piece of shit and immediately quit. I hope that girl got help. I was hired by a friend for a temporary job to install the screens in front of the blowers that created the waves at a water park. There were 36 of these heavy screens that fit in the receptacles in front of the blowers. This was before the opening of the second season of the park. Meanwhile, they were filling the pool to film a commercial in 2 days. By the time I got on the job, the water had already covered the lowest level of screw holes in the frames. All the screens had been dumped in piles in a back room. None were marked, and each had 10 screws that held each screen in place. The screws screwed all the way through machined screw mountings and into one frame in the wave pool. One frame was smaller than the others, but the rest were pretty much the same size. I got the small screen in after trying it in 4 different orientations. Then came the other 35 screens. I pulled my next screen and stuck it in the frame. It was a little tight, but it fit. Except the screw holes didn't align. I flipped the screen 180 degrees, then I swapped front to back, and then flipped it again. The screw holes never aligned. That's when I realized that each screen was custom drilled to fit in only one of the 35 remaining frame slots, and then in only one of the 4 possible orientations. The permutations ran into the millions. I found one screen that was about half an inch wider than the rest, and after trying it in 32 frame slots that were too small, I slammed it home after some flipping and swapping front and back. The water was now about just under knee deep. The screens were 7 feet tall, and they sat in frames about 6 inches above the floor of the pool. I'm tall, but the top screw holes were impossible to align by sight. 4 of the screw holes were now underwater. I'd been working for 4 hours. I had 2 screens in 34 to go. At this point, I went to the manager, who called me every filthy word in the book. I explained the math and the situation. He got up, waded into the pool, picked up a screen, and spent the next 20 minutes trying to find where it fit before he gave up. He then cursed at me for another 10 minutes. I never did find another screen that fit. Another 2 hours went by. The manager was screaming at me, and I was so angry that I walked off the job and never went back. The park had to call the company that originally made the screens and have them come in to retap all the screens and frames. They had to stop filling the pool and ended up having to drain it. They missed their ad shoot time, lost money on the shoot, and the whole thing was a massive fiasco. But this time, they marked all those screens and frames for next season. Dumbest thing I ever witnessed. Seems the management had no idea that only one screen fit in one frame in one specific orientation. 3 weeks. I was hired as a bartender at a bar/restaurant at a resort in Florida with roughly an hour and a half commute. First week was training ECT and was decent work and was paid $750 for the week. Second week they put me on the bar for 1 day, then they say their main bartender who quit called about getting his job back and they give it to him. So the next day I work as a bar back for him. He came in high, took way too many shots with customers, and after a while I start having to take over during a rush. When it calms down for a minute he took a smoke break and just disappeared. An hour later, after complaining to the manager, I go to grab a bottle from the back room, and he is passed out behind some boxes in the corner. I try to wake him up. He won't, so I get the manager and she just says it's fine and tells me to work solo. I figured cool, I can get more tips solo etc. The next day he comes in high off his again, and he told the manager he's not splitting the bar with me because I cut him out of the tips for when he was passed out drunk, and she says that I'm going to be bussing tables until he wants to switch. He laughed and just said good luck. After a week and a half of that bullshit, I got my first non-training paycheck. I got $150 from tips the first day and $85 from the second day. Since I was made to bus tables, but the service split their tips with the bus boys, I got nothing, so I was getting paid $2.35 an hour, with the markup to pay at least minimum wage. If tips don't make standard minimum wage, my whole check for 2 weeks was $580 before taxes. I brought this up to the manager and said I was hired to bartend and I'm not going to stick around while they essentially give my shifts and money to someone who doesn't even know what drinks are which without looking them up on their phone. Manager basically says that I should have filed a complaint, to which I responded I did to her multiple times in written and verbal ways. She just gives me some runaround and tells me it's not going to be possible for me to work the bar unless I want to be on call in case he calls out sick or doesn't show up. I quit on the spot. The 2 weeks I worked there actually almost cost me more money in commutes as the take home. Near the end of law school, I interviewed at a small firm doing exactly the type of law I hope to practice. During the course of the interview, I had one-on-one time with 3 people. First up, the guy who would be my direct supervisor. I had to wait almost 30 minutes past my interview time before he was finally ready. I walked in the door, said hi, and his phone rang. Instead of just ignoring it, he picks up the phone and screams, "God damn it, Susan, you know I'm in a faking interview. I told you no calls." Then he slams down the phone, turns to me like nothing happened, and politely asks his first interview question. After we wrapped things up, he told me that I should wait for him in the lobby following the next 2 parts of the interview. Next up, I met a junior associate who had been with the firm for 2 years. I asked a question about how she liked the job, and she seemed super confused for a second, and then just said the first year will be terrible. Finally, I met with another partner. We really connected, and out of the blue she just says I had 2 job offers coming out of law school. I often think about how things might have been different if I had taken the other one. I really think I might have enjoyed the job. By this point, I had decided that unemployment sounded much better than this job, so I just walked right out, skipping my final meeting with the boss. They called a few days later and offered me the job anyway, but I lied and implied that I had accepted something else. In reality, I left the legal field altogether. Edit. My wife remembers the story better than I do. The second interviewer said that the first year on the job would be terrible. I once worked at a lingerie store for about 2 weeks. The first couple days was not too bad. Then came my first training shift for the task I was originally hired for. I was a few hours into this shift when the store manager asked if either me or the girl training me could stay longer. The girl mentioned to me that she hadn't had much free time recently, so I decided to stay. I found out later that the girl training me was a total beach. After the girl training me had left, I believe she only had a 4-hour shift. It was only me stocking the tables. Every stocking task had a time limit, and here I am going over the time because I only got 4 hours of training, and I do not know how a piece of string would ever look good on a hanger. Untangling stringy lingerie is not fun. Also, it was hard figuring out which side was what. At this point I did not know how long I was supposed to stay, and I was unaware that 8 hours was the maximum. I had worked 10 hours at that point. I finally mentioned to the store manager, who never bothered to check up on me, that I had been working for 10 hours, and she goes and lectures me about why I didn't say anything and why it took me so long to finish a task. I mentioned it was my first training day, but she just told me that working fast and efficiently was expected of anyone working stock. The week after that was shit, as the SM kept treating me like I was a special case that needed more experience. That experience being throwing out the trash by myself, which is usually a 2-person job. Oh, and she was a total beach as well, according to my cousin who also worked there. I quit the morning of Black Friday. Needed a job badly back when I was 20. Had a cousin tell me a local restaurant, small town in Michigan, small business owner, needed a dishwasher and I could start that night. It was about 5 p.m. I was in about a half hour later, and wow point the dishwashing station was pretty huge, single opening, and it went all the way around with 4 deep sinks, and one of those scalding hot dishwashing sprayer things. The size of the station is important, because every bit of it was full of dirty dishes. All 4 sinks overflowing, every part of the countertop point. I was just told to get to work. Okay, cool I guess. I get going the best I can, because it's sort of hard when I need to find enough space to clean out one sink, so I can kinda wipe the stuff down before I stick it in the washer. While I'm going, I notice the waitresses keep coming up and taking dishes, rinsing and wiping them off, and then using them for customers. This place had been slammed for hours and the waitresses were refusing to wash anything. I assume because they would lose out on tips, and were serving dirty as plates, dishes, and utensils to customers. There wasn't one clean item on the dish rack, which I had no idea that's what it was, because when I got there it was empty. Point to make it worse, this was a Thursday. Friday was a big fish fry like there are at a lot of diners up here. One of the sinks off to the side was filled with probably 100 plus pieces of frozen cod. When I got there they were frozen anyway. When I left at about midnight with one other girl, I mentioned them to her and all she said was, "Fuck it, it's not our problem." Point I've never been so floored with how our place was run. I never even went back for my $30. One week. It was an admin/bookkeeper position for a manufacturer of car parts. Pretty well known, but was a small operation. They told me their previous bookkeeper embezzled, and they were playing catch up. The first day there, I had nothing but calls from vendors about payments and customers wanting refunds. The desk was piled stacks high with unpaid bills, notices from attorneys, etc. Every day I would come into work, other co-workers would say, "Wow, you came back." Over the course of the week, I thought I could turn the place around, but I just couldn't do it. On my last day there, it was payday for everyone but the salaried position. I cut the checks, which were barely going to clear. Owner asked me to write a check that was going to bounce. I declined. He said they were planning on starting a new company name soon and all of the problems with the previous bookkeeper wouldn't affect the new company. I got a phone call from the attorney of the landlord asking about rent from 2 months ago. He told me if he could be honest with me, I need to take a serious look at who I'm working for and get out while I could. I took my personnel file with me. I deleted my info from the computer, left my keys in my desk and pieced. I did, however, send an email wishing them luck on their future endeavors, but that the company was going in a direction I was not comfortable with. I told them that as far as I'm concerned, the week of work I did for them was considered volunteer work and I did not want payment, mainly because they couldn't afford it, and I didn't want my name tied with that company at all. I actually have an interview scheduled with a job scam that I'm not going to show up to. Point Craigslist ad says a bar in Manhattan, New York City is hiring bartenders, servers, cocktail waitresses, bussers, etc. No name of the bar, but that's not uncommon for CL. I send my resume and a picture, and in minutes I get an email back saying they liked my resume and will call me. Point Elizabeth calls me and immediately begins her spiel, reading a long speech that was already prepared. "We are hiring bartenders. Do you have bartending experience, or do you have training? Okay, we can provide training for you. The bartending certification is 3 to 4 days, paid, but it costs $110 for the license. You only have to pay the $110 if you get hired. If you do not get hired you do not have to pay." Point she made it sound like we would pay for the training afterwards. Also, never mentioned the name of the business over the phone. Says she will text me the address, and I need to bring all documents with me in case I'm hired, because they hire on the spot. Point the text says the address is in Astoria, New York, which is way farther than I'm willing to go, and I'm coming from North NJ already. It's a company called Nightlife Entertainment. It's not even a bar. Also, it says I should bring my $110 with me in case I get hired. Point they accept CCs, debit cards, checks and blank money orders. Yee. No. I was in an interview to be a school portrait photographer. Nothing too difficult. Set up some lights, get the tripod level, and then proceed to take about 1000 pictures of all the students in a school. The lady that lead me into the interview was in her late 20s and we were having a good talk about the job and what would be required. Do I mind driving a lot? Can I take pictures without any help? Do I mind editing if needed? Nothing wrong with any of that. Then the she beach came in. I still don't know what her actual job is, why she just came barging into the interview, or what her entire existence even meant. Literally came in, asked if I have a degree in photography. Why not? Can you even set up lights? She then looked condescendingly at the other woman, scoffed and left. The first girl just looked so defeated, like the worst thing that could have happened just happened. I picked up my tablet, packed my bag, and she thanked me for my time. Not so much me leaving as much as a mutual unspoken agreement that I had with a nice person that working with the she beach wasn't worth it. Also, everyone has met someone like her at least once. Short hair, not fat but slight tummy, glasses with a bit of gold trim, brown/reddish hair, freckles everywhere, has permanent beach face. To this day I don't know why having a degree in photography is required to take pictures for school portraits. Also, where I live you can only get diplomas from colleges for photography. There is no degree in photography. I have over 8 years of experience in photography. Apparently that wasn't enough. The job was paying about $500 a month. Back in 2000 I was fresh out of university, struggling to find a job, and ended up lining up an English teaching job in Korea through a recruiter. Seemed really interesting and exciting. I arrived at the airport in Daegu, Korea. No one there to meet me. Slightly concerning, but I did have a phone number for the school. The number was not for the school. I tried to get help from the girl at the counter in the airport. She could barely speak a lick of English, but somehow, after what must have taken an hour, I got through to the school. They told me to wait 1 hour and someone will pick me up. It was hot out there, and I had been in transit for more than 18 hours or so. To say I was confused and getting slightly nervous would have been an understatement. Anyway, I arrive at this language school and there are kids just running wild everywhere. I told them I'm exhausted and need to get some rest. Part of my contract included an apartment to be provided. They were clearly stalling and asked me to teach these kids. I was so out of it and just let the kids try and ask me anything they could in English. About an hour or so later, they take me to my accommodation. The brother of the owner of the school, who liked to call himself the general, drops me off at this super seedy hotel saying that this was just temporary. Did I mention the hotel was seedy? It was a love hotel, but this was the lowest of love hotels, which is really saying something. The guy at the reception was a scrawny sweaty old man in a singlet who clearly lived in that little reception cubicle. Anyway, I try and get some sleep. I think I got an hour of sleep until some weird bug that crawled across my face. Chasing this bug around the room, it scampered under the bed. I lift the bed up a bit to get at it and discover a bunch of used syringes under the bed. I freaked the fuck out. Called the recruiter who got me into this mess and asked him what the fuck is this shit show he's gotten me into. He tells me he'll get onto it. I try calling my family back home too, and they were like, just come home. Very tempting, but I didn't want to travel all that way for nothing. A stupid idea really, but I was young and inexperienced. Anyway, the recruiter had words with the school owner the next day. In the meantime, I hadn't slept a wink. The school want me to come in and start teaching classes in the morning cause it's a national holiday and the kids will be starting lessons in the morning. So much for any training. I teach these kids while I'm so jet lagged and confused and just sort of wander around in a daze. At the end of all the lessons I'm told I have to call the parents of these kids and tell them what they've done today. I'm like whatever, okay, but then they tell me that of course the parents can't speak English, so I'll need to do it in Korean. By now I'm like, what the fuck? Are you guys actually serious? One of the teachers says it's okay, she'll show me what to say in Korean. I pretty much noped out. I went to speak to the owner to see what was going on with my accommodation. He tells me I'll need to stay in the love hotel just one more night. I was pretty pissed about this, but couldn't do much about it at the time. I go back to the hotel and go through the ritual argument with the crazy old guy living in the reception who seemed to forget who I was every time I wanted to exit and re-enter the place. Same sheet that night in the hotel. Can't sleep, it's shabby and bug infested. Come the morning, I get to the school and they tell me I can stay at the place of this Australian teacher they employ who works at one of their other schools. After teaching I meet this guy and head there. Things went from bad to worse. This Aussie guy is a bit odd to say the least and his apartment is an absolute shithole. It's crawling with roaches. I ask him where the bathroom is and he points to this little room. It's a bathroom slash toilet slash shower. The shower being a piece of hose pipe connected to a tap on the wall. I had never experienced such squalor before. I just told the guy I'm going back to the hotel as it's the lesser of two evils, but by now I'd decided to nope the fuck out of this place. I spent another sleepless night at the hotel, but had called my agent and told them I'm leaving as the place is an absolute shit show and is run by idiots. He puts me in touch with a contact of his in Seattle who can help me out while I arrange my flight home. Next morning the school's owner gets one of his younger female teachers to practically beg me to stay. She had clearly been told to try and stroke my ego and fawn all over me. This also seemed extremely weird. I insisted they call me a taxi to take me to the station. I ended up on a train to Seattle, standing room only. Did I mention I hadn't slept in almost 5 days? In the end, I make it to Seattle, meet the recruiter's contact, get some sleep. This guy in Seattle was pretty decent and actually lined me up with some slightly more reputable work in Seattle. I ended up staying in Korea for almost a full year. It was a really good learning experience, but overall, everywhere I worked there was really unprofessional. I got really sick after a while and couldn't get enough time off to recover. I finally noped out of Korea entirely when I stumbled upon a dead body outside the entrance to my apartment building. The guy offed himself earlier that night. TLDR, got an English teaching job in Korea that probably never really existed. Stayed in a drug addict riddled hotel. Taught English with experience and no training. Noped out after a few days of all the antics. I was about 19 and a cocky teenager. I was working in a warehouse that cleaned old fish guts out of plastic tray. We had to feed the trays into a washing machine on a conveyor belt, and then they were taken out the other side. Mind-numbing stuff. If you place the trays about a centimeter out of line, then it jammed the machine. It really stank in there, and I knew the moment I walked in that I would not last the day. Anyway, I jammed the machine after about 3 minutes and this little Hitler in a high-vis jacket came over and started shouting at me, telling me I'm stupid and what the hell was I doing. A huge overreaction. I bit my tongue and carried on. 5 minutes later my friend next to me did the same thing, jammed the machine, and little Hitler comes running back over and starts shouting and calling us both names, saying we were stupid etc. I couldn't bite my tongue this time. Threw a pile of trays on the floor. Told him where he could shove his dead-end job, that this was only a temp job for me before uni, and that I hoped he enjoyed stinking of fish every day. 4 people followed me out the door that day saying they had had enough of him too. I look back on my little temper tantrum and cringe now, but at the time it was justified. And that smell, ooh. I learned later through a former colleague that little Hitler was put onto a disciplinary for abusive behavior towards staff and had to explain to his superior's wife or staff had left early that day. Karma is a beach. So yeah, my shortest job record is about 10 minutes. I worked as a waitress at an Indian restaurant for maybe 3 hours. It was locally owned, and the interview was less of an interview and more like the owner trying to haggle with me about when I would go home on slow days because he couldn't afford to keep me on through dead times. That should have been my first red flag, but I'm young and nice and broke, so I told him we could work something out. It was a side job anyway. I get there for the dinner shift and the owner is nowhere to be found. The only other person there is his elderly mother who knows very little English and is obviously confused and embarrassed her son is missing. Hello, hungry? She offers me food and I refuse, which to this day I don't know why I skipped out on a free meal. Their food was amazing. Anyway, the owner eventually calls me and tells me he's taken some time off and that a waitress will be coming in to train me and to just hang out with his mom. Okay, cool. So this girl comes in wearing a backpack and holding books. College, right? Nope, she's in high school. Okay, no big deal. People in high school have jobs. She shows me around after speaking with / arguing with the mom in their native language. They're obviously family. She shows me around and this is where it gets weird. She opens a walk-in cooler and says, yeah, this is where we keep the food. I also come in here to cry sometimes. I ask her why and she proceeds to tell me that the owner, her uncle, is verbally abusive to her, calls her names when she messes up orders. But she tries to brush it off like it's fine and normal. Okay, I'm telling myself, they're family, maybe they just joke around. It's fine, it's fine. Then she introduces me to the dish guy. He seemed nice enough. Also did not speak English. Yeah, she tells me he tries to ask me out all the time, but I'm not interested. And then later he gets paid $4 an hour under the table by my uncle and works 12-hour days. She then proceeds to hand me the biggest, most faking complicated menu ever, which I guess I had not noticed before despite having eaten there several times. Smiles and says, ready to get started. We had maybe 4 customers all shift. Later I was helping Indian mom roll silverware and she just sighs really big and rubs her temples and says busy life. Busy life. I really felt for her and everyone there. Making your elderly mom work crazy hours while you take time off, fuck that guy. I let the waitress keep all the tips and I just went home. Told him I had a better job offer. I worked at a hotel as a front desk clerk for a couple hours once during the summer. I didn't realize that the hotel was so small that they only had a housekeeper on the weekends. So during the week the front desk had to clean rooms, which I knew beforehand and was fine with. I don't mind cleaning. I've got ADSO setting me to work on cleaning after an Adderall. I'm good to go point this place, and I had very different ideas of clean. I'm a get down in all the spaces kind of cleaner and they were more of a, if you can't tell it's dirty don't clean it point. So if a guest stayed over for one night and checked out the next morning they didn't change the sheets. That was strike one for me point. Next they never changed the comforter. The girl who was trying me said they just didn't feel like it was necessary because you sleep under the sheets not the comforter. Strike 2 point. The carpet wasn't vacuumed unless there was a lot of debris that you could actually see. Instead of vacuuming they sprayed loads of Febreze point. The whole place had flies. It was one of those weird it looks clean in here, but oh my god it's a festering wound sort of places. Strike 3 came from a repulsive guest. They had used the toilet, like the whole toilet. No attempt to not splash the backboard, so to speak, sheet on the lead, sheet under the lead, sheet under the seat, and on the seat sheet stuck on the bowl and the rim. Like so much sheet I'm not entirely convinced that it wasn't multiple people having a sheet off point. My shift was from 5:30 to midnight. I noped out of there at 11 and never went back. LA Fitness. It took me a week to realize they were scum and quit. When getting members to sign up for personal training we would have them go through a health and fitness screening. Nothing too strenuous, just things like how many push-ups you could do, how long you could hold a plank, things like that. After the screening we would show and compare their numbers to what the standard was for the members' sex and age group. Nothing out of the norm here. Well, after a week they realized that I was being too truthful to the members when giving them their screenings. They then instructed me to lie to the members. They wanted me to fluff all their numbers to make the member feel like they were in worse shape than they actually were. I refused, told them no way I was doing that. I'm here to help people, not lie to them to try and sell a personal training package. Went home that night, started looking for another job, and left at the end of the week. Fuck you LA Fitness in Clifton NJ. That's probably not the only location that does it either. Side note. If you or someone you know is looking for personal training, do not, I repeat do not, go to a major chain, 24-hour, LA, Golds, and buy their packages. You'll be spending up towards $80 a session and your trainer is getting much less than half of that. The gym pockets the rest. Find credible self-employed trainers. You'll be spending much less and also supporting small businesses instead of lining the pockets. PF sleazy gyms. Edit. Spacing. I was a nurse's aide at a retirement home. I worked on a dementia ward. I lasted one day of training. It was saddening point. They had what they called an 80% saturation rate. Many of the residents wore adult diapers. You see where this is going. I noticed a resident was wet and went to change them. Nurse on the ward snaps at me asking why. She proceeds to tell me, unless the diaper is 80% wet you don't change them. So I was supposed to let them sit in their piss, and sometimes sheet, for hours to save money. I questioned it, and was told it's not, like they realize it. They were very short staffed. So time was of the essence, to get them up in the morning and to breakfast. I was with another aide giving a bath. The resident accidentally sheet, while in the water in the tub. I went to drain the water, and was told no, there wasn't enough time. I refused to bathe the person with poop water, and was sent elsewhere. Again, short-staffed. Some residents had tremors, or basic trouble feeding themselves. I tried to help some of them eat, was told no, not my job. I watched as they removed uneaten dinners from residents. At this point I was in shock, and knew I wouldn't be staying. I gave out many extra cookies that night. I remember coming home and staring at a wall for hours not knowing what to do. On the one hand, if I stayed maybe I could make things better. On the other hand I would not be able to follow those rules. I called the next day, complained and quit. I sent a formal letter to anyone who might give a damn explaining the deplorable conditions. Be careful where you put your loved ones. I've got two. Actually, point first, I worked at a popular clothing store that rhymes with old gravy. I worked there for a while longer than I'd like to admit, but the one thing that made me nope out was they wanted me to cancel my wedding so I could work. I thought they were joking, but the manager made it clear she was serious. I told her to go fuck herself and left. Point second, right after that, I started work overnights in a warehouse for a beverage company. I liked the work, but the overpasses was killing myself and my now wife. Being a marketing major, I started applying to marketing jobs. I was an idiot then. I got a call from Legends Marketing. Sounded legit. Went in, interviewed, and they asked if I could go for a ride for some training. Sure. Odd. So, we hopped into the CEO's beat up old Civic and drove to Sam's Club, and he pulled out a DirecTV windbreaker and handed it to me. We went into our table, and he started showing me as what to do. Neat. I tossed him the windbreaker and thanked him for wasting my time. He tried to threaten me with, well, you're stuck here with me since I drove. Told him to go fuck himself. Pulled out my phone and called my wife. Faking prick. Door-to-door vacuum sales triggered this memory. I went for a job that advertised as get paid to play with toys all day. I assumed it was likely fake or misleading in some way, but the hourly pay, they also lied here too, was a big increase in what I was making, so I figured I'd look into it. They asked for professional attire, so I wore a blouse, medium length skirt, and heels. I get there, and sure enough it's sales, very shady sales. Going to businesses, door-to-door type thing, but none of this was stated outright. I got to find out after I traveled over an hour away from my car with the guy that was to train me. Before we even got there, as this dude is telling me how much money he pulls in, you can freaking hear his tire has a massive bubble. He's just flat out ignoring it, while I'm telling him that he either needs to replace the tire now, or pull the fuck over and let me out. I was only 18 at this point. He was at least 25, yet I seem to know more about maintaining cars than he does, or more likely cares to. He replaces the tire. It blew out while he was turning into the shop. Finally we get to where his area is. It is late November, snow all over, and I'm in heels. He completely ignores the signs all over these businesses stating no soliciting for the whole freaking day. I must have looked outright pissed and uncomfortable, as just about every place we stopped had someone that would discreetly come up to me and ask if I was okay, which I definitely appreciated since I wasn't happy about the situation, and there were a few moments where I was tempted to accept their offer, but it would have been a hassle to get back since my phone and wallet were back at the original building. I assume this was on purpose. I stuck with it just to get through the day and back to my car, but I made sure to let the manager know how pissed I was about the whole situation. Walked out along with just about everyone else that was starting that day too. I called the attorney general and let them know. Never followed back up, but the company was gone less than a month later, so I'm guessing there was even more going on behind the scenes. Right out of high school, I spent some time trying to work at call centers because they're super easy. To get a job in that field, the first one was in a building that had a for sale sign in front of it, in an extremely industrial area in a warehouse type building. There's 5 to 6 ladies that work there, but there are a ton of empty desks. They were a magazine billing service, the interviewer lady said. She showed me the bills that were sent out, and they looked like legit bills that said magazine name, renewal for XX$4. 227 years supposedly from the magazine company, but in very small print they said this is not a bill. Most of our calls were from extremely old people thinking their magazine subs were expiring and would be renewed for long past when that person themselves would expire from probable old age, who couldn't read the fine print that said this isn't a bill. It was shitty because people would call and either 1. Call the company out on being cons, or 2. Be oblivious cute old folks, and I'd leave on my lunch to go smoke weed so I could deal with it. Then one day, I got a call on my line from a detective from the Boston PD who was looking into several fraud cases involving this company and would like to speak to my boss, who I immediately transferred him to. I left after that call. A couple years later, I saw an ad or something in a magazine that was a sad about those things stating they're a con. Made me laugh. The second one was also a call center. Interviewed for an inbound DirecTV deal. Trained on that for 3 days, then was put on the floor for it and failed miserably. Then they said they're gonna put us on an outbound client to work our skills. 2 people walked out that day. They were the smart ones. I lasted almost a month and ended up doing Motor Club of America, HVAC insurance, highlights for kids, etc. They paid paper checks every Friday, no direct deposit. The supervisor was arrested for drug possession at the facility and then was back being a supervisor the next week. He had also had a physical altercation with an employee in the parking lot and still kept his job. Left immediately after I had a person say kill yourself after you take me off of your call list. Maybe a week into working as a server at Froggy Dog restaurant in Avon, encounters were husband and wife, both drunks. The man was reasonable, but the woman was a huge cunt and thought that being faking rude all the time was cute and sassy. She would throw tantrums and everyone would just placate her. Grown men and women would clam up because some old drunk hag would yell at them. I went into work on the last day knowing I was quitting, but it was a big day and I wanted a bit of tip money to spend. She came in at noon screaming and throwing literal plates at the walls. She bore her anger down on a kind and small Russian exchange worker, J1 cultural visa for college kids. She grabbed the poor girl by the wrist hard and yanked her across the room. This girl couldn't have weighed more than 95 pounds and proceeded to scream at her 6 inches away while gripping both of her shoulders. It was something out of a movie. People got them separated and calmed the cunt down. Russian girl cried and continued to make little sauce cups in silence. Finished cleaning up my tables that has just left so I wouldn't put that work on the other servers. Consoled the Russian girl and tried to get her to call the cops. She had bruises all over her left wrist and shoulders. She wouldn't do it as the owners also provided her place of living and she couldn't afford to buy another ticket back if she quit. Wish there was something I could have done. My first instinct was to punch the beach, but I knew that was a bad idea and I was so shocked I couldn't think about anything else. I just stood there like an idiot. Hired at a garden store. Interview went well. Going to earn more than my current job. Seems legit. First day I show up, I'm 10 minutes early and I check in with the cashier up front. After handing me a uniform, she tells me to go ahead and change, then head to the office and wait for a manager. I walk in, and about 5 minutes later another trainee like myself walks in. And about 10 minutes after that a third trainee arrives looking nervous. About 20 minutes pass, and we've all joked that they forgot about us. After another half an hour I open the door and look to find a manager. The same cashier who told us to wait in the office pages the manager over a radio and shortly a tall scrawny man with a radio and store uniform walks up shouting at me to move and get back to work. I stepped aside and tried to introduce myself as a new trainee. I got about 5 words out of my mouth before he spun around and started screaming in my face, "I don't care who you are. If I tell you to work, you get to work." I nodded, walked back to the office, grabbed my clothes, and told the other 2 good luck. I walked out still wearing the uniform and never went back. Later that day they did call me to question why I wasn't there for orientation/training. I explained what happened, gave the name of the cashier who saw it, and the first names of the other 2 trainees. The person I spoke to apologized for his behavior and requested I come back the next day to make up the training. I was not going back as long as that person still worked there. He was the grams. 2 days including training was attempt to hire position. Was doing data entry basically. I see their system has an issue where you enter information in multiple lines. If one of the lines is wrong with the total amount, you'll have to redo the whole thing. I told the boss I could create a spreadsheet so that the cell could be edited if one number was off, and they could just paste it from the spreadsheets to the system. Was given the green light as it was cutting processing times down a ton. I asked how long they were doing it the old way. She said years anyways. After the boss tries, it gets distributed to the team. Immediately another employee walks over and asked rather rudely why I used a certain color in the sheet. I was taken back a bit, just said it was a color I chose and shrugged. Boss edits it, claims it is her own entirely and everyone loves it. I'm on a email chain where the higher boss said he loved it, giving her praise. Her older woman that sat across from me said something when the manager came over that I should be mentioned in creating it. Within earshot, literally 3 feet from me, she looked over and said while staring at me, "He's just a temp. We aren't hiring him." Funny thing is, I knew what the higher on pay rate is. I make way more than them now. I'm also still in contact with another employee there, and to this day they still use my work. I didn't actually know about of this one. I needed the money. The job was for an overpass call center, just a few calls a night and mostly adding people to AD. 12-hour shifts, but 4 days on 4 days off. I can live with that. They changed everything on us. There was 4 of us during orientation, so it changed to 1 weekdays 1 weeknights, which just ruins your ability to sleep. They also changed the job to be 1 person on at night on a 12 faking hour shift. We got 1 week of training which consisted of looking over someone's shoulder as they worked. After that we were ready to work on by ourselves. So turns out the night shifts were super busy and we were expected to close more jobs than during the day, even though we couldn't talk to clients. I also had to deal with high priority jobs like the power going out for people on breathing machines and sheet. Manager, have you been trained on high priority jobs? Me, no. Manager, you shouldn't be taking them then. Me, but I'm the only one on. One of the things I asked my manager was what happens if one of us has an accident overnight. His response, don't. Like what the fuck man. So fast forward about 2 months in, I'm on my 6th 12-hour shift in a row because one of the people left. I start having trouble breathing and feel like I'm gonna pass out. I call an ambulance and go to hospital. Turns out I had a panic attack, which was the first one I had ever had. The doctor said that it was brought on by the crazy shifts I had been doing. The thing I still find funny about the whole thing is the only call I got was from the guy who came in at 7 AM to take over, and he is just screaming and swearing at me. Then I get a text from my boss asking if I can work the next day. Jesus faking Christ man. They never did anything or changed policy. Fuck them. When it came time to renew my contract, they didn't even ask me if I wanted to or not. They just expected me to continue. Continue after not getting paid correctly, going to hospital, and not talking to anybody outside of work for the entire time I worked there. No thanks, mate. I got an interview with an ISP about 90 minutes away, next state over from where I lived. Hit it off pretty well with the owner of the company over the phone. Day of the in-person interview I was running late and did some speeding on the highway, 10 over, and I got lost. This was well before having things like smartphones and didn't have any form of GPS. Had to call them and figure out where I was and how to get to them from there. So I finally arrive, 30 minutes late. The receptionist, the only other employee I see there, is sitting at a folding table and looks to be pretty close to having graduated high school. There's about a 10-minute wait until the owner of the company is ready to talk. Finally, I go in and give him my resume and take a seat. As he looks it over, there's a knock at the door and the receptionist sticks his head in and mentions that there's a policeman who's just arrived and wants the owner. to come out and talk. I kind of quietly panic. I was speeding on the way down, and, wait, a cop would have pulled me over. He wouldn't have followed me while I got lost and got directions, and waited in the lobby. So I ease over to the door to listen. Just in time to hear the cop tell the owner that he's being arrested for writing bad checks and is going to be held at the local station until he can be transferred to the state where I was living, to a municipality that's about 30 minutes further away than where I live. I hear him arrested and taken out, so I sat back down. The receptionist sticks his head in sheepishly, obviously as shocked as me, apologizes and says I can go. I mention back, trying to ease the awkwardness of the situation. I guess that beats my being late. So, a month later I'm checking phone messages at home, and there's a call from that owner, wanting to know if I'm still interested in working for his company. I decided to not return his call. And when someone says they had a bad job interview, I now get to casually drop, well, I had a job interview that ended with an arrest. When I was like 19 I worked at a kiosk in a mall selling those energy titanium bracelets or whatever the Craigslist ad said I'd be selling cosmetics. I was a 19-year-old girl and so I knew this well and figured I'd be the perfect salesperson. Turns out they had two separate kiosks, one with cosmetics and one with these weird energy bracelets, and that's the one they wanted me to work at. So I was going to leave during the interview because I really didn't care about their energy bands at all. I thought I'd be selling Macup. Their speech sounded pretty damn convincing, though the goddamn things even did seem to work. When I was wearing it, yeah, it was harder to push me down, and it was probably because I'd balanced once before on one foot and now my brain knew how to balance better, etc. All these psychological tricks my friends were saying they were using on me. I didn't believe it. I quit about a month later. When I realized I'd sold about $2,500 worth of them in the past week, I only got paid $200 for this, and I realized that was a sheet commission, even if the stupid things really worked in the first place. Of course the bracelets gave you energy, they gave me so much energy. Like I didn't have a Red Bull and a bottle of amphetamines hidden under the desk in the cabinet to make it seem like I had so much energy from these dumb bracelets. Enough to convince even dumber people to buy them. The manager, I'm not cheating you, cried when I left. I was hired, but noped out before even working a shift. One of my favorite little activity center places. I had always wanted to work there, had recently undergone ownership changes. They were now short-staffed, and so I brought my resume in, and the new owner was eating supper with her husband and 2 children. No problem. I wait. They finish supper, her family leaves, and we have our interview. Which was more her telling me how she hated all the old frequent customers, told them never to come back, causing all the employees to walk out. She admits that she's looking to take legal action, but doesn't have the money for that, because she's behind in paying those employees' wages, because times are tough, and there's no money at the moment to do the back pay. They were all terrible employees anyway, she tells me. They weren't. I knew them pretty well. They couldn't handle me, but see, I'm honest, and I say what I think, and I don't hold back, and people don't like it. But I'm real honest and genuine, and that gets on people's nerves. Then, she tells me how she's having an affair, and is planning on divorcing her husband, whom I had just watched have a meal with her, and was caring for her children, while she pursued her small business. They don't know yet, she advised me, so I shouldn't tell them if I see them again. I kinda was shocked by her absolute torrent of, well, just plain awful. I hadn't said much about who I was, what I could do, or even why I wanted to work there. She told me I could start Monday. Barely glanced at my resume. Needless to say, I was uncomfortable with who she was as a person, with her not having money to pay past employees their money owed, her business plan of chasing away a faithful community of regular customers, and the way she treated the good people that had been employed there. I called her the next day and told her that, sorry, I don't think I'm the right fit for the job, but thanked her for the opportunity. Armored car, cash/valuable transport, went through the hiring process, which is understandably intense. Takes a few weeks, and beyond just the standard interview and such, includes a substantial criminal and driving record check, drug test, physical and a polygraph. Get hired and given a data report for training. Arrive that day, and I'm promptly sent out to drive a route. Apparently someone had called off, and they were short a driver. My armed guard license hadn't been processed yet, not legally required for the driver, so I was unarmed, completely unaware of standard or emergency procedures, and prior to the day, had driven the trucks a grand total of about a mile. Road test is part of interview. I didn't even have a proper uniform. They supply a company shirt. Employee is supposed to have their own black duty pants, boot and optional ballistic vest. Since I was supposed to just be training, not in the field, they told me not to worry about having it all yet. So here I am, no training whatsoever, in a situation where, rare as it is, makes me a nice target. Unarmed, don't even have a vest, and it ends up being an obscenely long route. They try to plan the routes to fill a standard shift, but seeing as things happen, once you leave you don't come back until having completed your route. My 8-hour in-house training day turned into a 14-hour day in the field. Points didn't come back the next day. Hey, one that applies to me. I got a job at an animal feed processing company. It was supposed to be sweeping floors essentially. Okay, cool. Paid well 2 point. But when I get there are a few problems. 1. The warehouse was exposed to the outside. This is in the winter time. It's cold as hell. 2. When I swept, the boss told me to put this red dust all over the floor first, because it collected the dust and made it cleaner. Bullcrap. It didn't. It just wasted my time and made me look stupid dumping red dust all over the floor. 3. I was told to sweep out a silo that literally hadn't been upon in 5+ years. Super fine dust about 4 in thick on the floor. Every step you took blasted it into the air. Totally dark except for one dim bulb. Literal ton of dust in a pile on one side of the silo behind a piece of machinery. You couldn't just sweep it out. It had to be shuffled. Dust. And it all went into this wheelbarrow that I had to take across the entire facility to dump in a dumpster. Oh, and did I mention that moisture got into the layer of dust on the floor, so it became a hard crust with mealworms going through it? Keep in mind I have to do all this with my main source of light coming from an open door to the cold outside. My budgets turned to mud from all the dust. No thanks. 2.5 days of dust in your sinuses, like you wouldn't believe, combined with an aching back that made you wanna cry. Add in paper for electronics testing in a small local computer shop. Sounds neat. To get the job, they had me hook up a DVD player and some speakers to a television, then write a list of all the components. The owner compared results. You did good, but you didn't. The instruction manual. Mine didn't have instructions. I thought that was the point. He was impressed. Reminder, hardware it's specialist. I could hook up a DVD player. Warning sign #1. Then I learned my day-to-day duties. Got a large pile of smashed boxes and loose bags of portable DVD players, headphones, computer peripherals, test them, write down contents, repackage, set on shelves if working, make new pile if broken. Easy peasy, right? I got through my training day, then they made me sign a huge contract. They said it was a non-competition clause, so I couldn't work for a similar job within a year of quitting. It was actually an NDA. I know because 2 pages in it said non-disclosure agreement in bold at the top. Warning to the workplace was very loose and unprofessional, and my nominal superior was a douche who knew nothing about computers/electronics, and had an unironic book about how to be a player with girls. He was very short-tempered and abrasive. He yelled at me because he heard my computer do the "you got mail" sound, and he swore and told me I don't want some lazy motherfucker who checks email at work. I showed him that I had just mailed my company info to myself. He said, if I catch you on your email again, you're fired. Oh, Ron. This was on my second day. Warning 3. I was then tasked with loading his car and a U-Haul, then unloading it at a warehouse space they had acquired to do all this off-site of the main business. No one helped. I asked where I should put it in the new location, was told, it doesn't matter, you have to move it again later. Then he complained about where I had stacked it all, after watching me stack it there for 2 days. I was then tasked with pressure washing all the shelving and assembling it. Alarm bells told me it was a laptop network card. I knew that was wrong, so I went to the guy above him to ask. We were 4 people in a warehouse. It turned out to be a strange folding optical mouse that went inside a laptop bay to charge. Ron reamed me for going over his head. Yikes, I pieced together the business model. The manager guy would buy bulk returned electronics. I would test them. They would obey anything that worked. If it was broken, faking Ron would RMA and try to get free factory warranty repairs using his own house, the manager's house, and his dad's as the shipping points, so it didn't look like fraud. I'm really late to this thread and this might get buried among the thousands of replies, but here's my story. It's gonna be a long rant as well, so buckle up. I'll try to be as direct as possible. TLDR, at the end I was a fresh graduate in graphic design and had been looking for a job in my area. Took me months to a year till I finally found an ad on a position for graphic design. Yes, it was really that uncommon for fresh graduate to get this type of job, especially in my city. Not forgetting that most of them requires applicant to speak a minimum of 3 languages with a minimum of 3 years of experience. I speak about 4 languages and is only fluent in 2 of them, so it wasn't that helpful for me. Close bracket. Anyways, the ad stated that fresh graduates are encouraged to apply and no experiences are required. Well, I thought, this is perfect and is exactly what I've been looking for. Few days later I got the call for my first interview. I wouldn't say I was excited or nervous as they called me and asked me to attend the interview immediately because the bosses would be out of town for a few weeks, so the only time slot available is that afternoon. I already had plans that day, so I thought, welp. Noon was 2 hours away, and I guess I just had to postpone my plan at the last minute. This alone should have been a red flag tbh, cause I personally think that time management and not sending a notice a day prior reflects heavily on the company. Point, I reached there at noon and oh boy. The company's office is rather small. The surrounding looks awkward as it's almost empty and the place really looked gloomy. It was really depressing, but I tried to keep my heads up. I was then called into the boss's office to have my interview. I was called in, but he was still having a conversation with another person, so I'm not sure when I was supposed to greet or introduce myself. Fine point, I brought 2 portfolios with me, one with my certificates plus achievements and the other one is my design works. I had set up an online portfolio as well which I had uploaded and sent them via email, but I later found that they didn't bother to check. When he had finally paid attention to me, I started introducing myself while he's browsing through my portfolios. Boss number #2 came in and dragged a chair to sit down next to the boss #1. I wasn't hoping for them to be impressed with me, but I certainly wasn't expecting to get cheat on as well. Point, the boss #1 went on saying that my portfolios were worthless and there is nothing for him to see. He said that GPA and CGPA never mattered because all that's important is hard work, so he didn't care about my good result. While he may have a point, graphic design courses isn't about sitting down for an exam or memorizing theories. So him saying that university is all about memorizing or learning from a book and passing grades is dumb. He later bragged about himself how he is successful even though he didn't finish high school, and told me about his smart engineering son who excel in university but is unemployed for almost a year to make a point. Anyways, he looked through my design portfolio and said that it was just children's doodles. He even commented on my English speaking, saying that I watched too much Western cartoon to the point that I was faking my accents to impress them, which I did not, and was totally speechless when he said that. Actually, I was speechless at everything, lol. He said that his 5-year-old niece can design what I did and speak the same way as I did because she watched cartoons every day. Point, she didn't stop there. The icing on top is when he finally told me that there is no position for a graphic design in the company cause they don't need one. He said it is a company that sells telephone booth, the one you put a coin in, and he is convinced that it will be successful. So he wanted me to promote his product on the street and in the malls to attract university students. However, he still wanted me to do some designing work on the side while being a promoter. I was already discouraged, upset, speechless and literally wanted to cry, but he just kept going. Point, despite showing him my portfolios, he had the balls to try and teach me how to make a damn business card and gave me a long lecture about how I should be able to do it. Point, I couldn't take any shit anymore when he said he would be paying me $400-600 a month. He said it depends on how hard I work. If I work hard as he does, he might increase it to a minimum wage. By law the minimum wage in my city is $920 a month, and FFS even a dishwasher earns more than that. I stood up, shakes their hand and thanked them for their time. I know I should have noped out earlier, but it was really my first job interview, and I was dumbfounded and didn't know how to react professionally. I also heard stories that real actual job is tough, so maybe that's also one of the reason why I suck it up through the whole 20 to 30 minutes interview. Boss Ash 2 was rather seems apologetic and tried telling Boss Ash 1 that I have work samples on my portfolio, but Boss Ash 1 brushed it off by saying it was worthless to look at. The whole experience made me depressed, and I stopped looking for jobs after that. I was already depressed, so not being acknowledged and get cheat on makes everything worse. TLDR. Got called to a job interview that later tells me they don't have or need any position for the advertised job vacancy. Tried to convince me to sell products on the streets and malls. Went on saying that my portfolios were basically shit, that they ignored my work samples, plus tried to teach me how to make a simple business card when I clearly had a few examples in my portfolios, and at the end I was offered a pay that is less than the minimum wage. I think the only job I noped out on during the shift was when I was doing construction / cleanup after Hurricane Katrina. We were supposed to be cleaning the grounds in / around a very large casino. I was 16 and had never worked construction before. It paid $10 hour and it was supposed to be cash, so no taxes. When I show up, I'm in this crew who has nobody who speaks English. I'm literally the only guy there who spoke English. So we go in and assigned to shovel up all this debris and put it into wheelbarrows that get rolled somewhere. So I'm doing this and a few of the people around me are just standing there. Foreman comes up and erects them to somewhere else. After about 5 hours, I'm told by someone passing by who did speak English that we were going on lunch break. So I go and eat whatever it was. I come back to where we were told to meet and end up with a completely different crew. One of the guys says to me, God gave us hands so we can use shovels. Okay, cool. Later on, we all get screamed at by some completely random guy because we're supposed to be on the top floor of the building, not the bottom. After 9 hours, I ended up just walking the fuck out of there before somebody blew up the damn building. People were smoking by all sorts of possibly flammable materials. They thought there might have been a gas leak, etc. Kinda irritated too, because a week later, when I showed up to pick up my check, they told me they had no record of me working for them. TLDR. Worked construction / cleanup for 9 hours. Ended up with a different crew after lunch break, and then got screamed at for being in the wrong area of the building. Walked out and didn't get paid. On the table. It had been a couple months, and you can't eat pride. I show up for my interview on a Friday, get hired on the spot, get sent to this mobile home-ish trailer / office to watch a safety training video that lasts 30 to 45 minutes. I'm told to just let it finish and then wait for the boss and crew to arrive. The plan being I'll complete the mandatory training and then return on Monday for my first day of work. About 5 minutes after it wraps up, the foreman and crew arrive. They're all dressed in white t-shirts, white canvas pants, leather belts, and steel-toed boots. They're not clean, like tie-dad clean, but not super dirty either. As I'm shaking hands with the foreman and he's introducing me to the half-dozen guys in the crew, the last man through the door is covered from the waist down with what looks like used oil. I'd say it looked like tar, because it was that black, but it wasn't thick, just dark. As I shake his hand I asked him, "Do you guys get this dirty every day?" The foreman replies, "No, he's spreading out the sludge to dry, while the rest of us put in the new tank." Sludge, I think. That's hundreds, thousands of gallons of liquefied sheet, right? Then the foreman adds, "You'll be taking over for him on Monday." This will probably get buried, but I worked for a life insurance advising company that was a sister company for Quicken Loans. I was young and right out of high school, so the pay and the benefits sounded great. They assured us that all of the calls we were going to receive were people that were inquiring about life insurance and promised us we wouldn't be cold calling. Well, of course that was a lie. We were all put on different tiers for calls. The more policies you sold, the higher tier you were on, which most of the calls were people actually looking for life insurance. Of course, when you first start you're put on the bottom and you would get nothing. For 8 hours I would get voicemails and hang-ups. They basically told me my performance was poor, but what do you expect? That wasn't the worst part of it. It was the selling tactics that they would get us to use. We were told that we had to tell people that they didn't care about their family and practically use bullying type tactics to get them to listen. I also felt bad because the people who generally would be interested were people who were very sick. I had to lead them into a pitch about a policy that was great for them and exists for people who can't get life insurance. Of course the policies were absolute garbage. I would stutter over the script because I felt so horrible. I always felt guilty when I sold a policy because the person on the other end was someone who just bought it out of fear that I may have caused. I ended up getting fired, and 2 weeks later the company shut down. Sheet. I noped out of the interview that a temp agency placed for me. The interviewer was slouching in his chair, barely making eye contact with me, wore a polo to which he clearly needed an undershirt. He walked me around the office that seemed way more secure than it needed to be, and just had a real monotone voice in the way he talked about everything. Surprisingly, at the end of the interview he offered me the job, to which I declined. That was probably one of the most uncomfortable atmospheres I've been in since then. Shortly after that I got a call to come into the temp agency to have a talk. They were upset that I declined the job. We've never had an applicant turn down a job to which we've placed. I proceeded to tell them that was the most unprofessional interview I've ever been a part of. That if they want professional employees at that company, then they need to have professional employers and interviewers offering the jobs. I thought I was being pretty fair, but suddenly the job market dried up, and they were having trouble finding a placement for me. Eventually they did found me another job, but not until I found another temp agency to get me the job that I've been at for the past 8 years. I learned a lot about myself that day. That interview should always be a two-way road, and I'm glad the spidey sense in 20 years old me started going off. I couldn't imagine working under someone that wouldn't even take the interview serious. I worked at Sears for 3 days about 4 years ago. Wednesday, Thanksgiving Thursday, and Black Friday. I was hired as a mattress salesperson. I knew fuck all about mattresses, and we got next to no one in on the first 2 days. Sears was already dying anyway and you could tell, and the Black Friday rush was more of a trickle anyway. I didn't yet have a login for the commission system, and the previous days I'd been making the sales under the training account, which the manager had to log me into. On Friday the manager wasn't there, and I wasn't able to log in. He'd told me I'd be able to get my commissions for that day, even though I was still in training, because it was expected to be a big day. The day comes, and I don't have a login, and I have no way to get into the training login. I help some people with information, then send them to other employees to make their decisions, figuring I can't help them ring out. Then one of the older employees comes over and says I need to be helping out more by making sales myself, and tells me he'll log me into a sales account. The guy has been working there for like 20 years and is a senior employee and is the employee of the month. Older guy and really authoritative. I figure he knows what he's talking about, and he seems really nice. He takes my iPad and logs me in, and at this point, even though it's not a huge rush like you see on TV, the store is a lot busier than I've ever seen, so I get to work making sales. I get pretty overwhelmed, and I still don't know much about mattresses at all. It's my 3rd day. I feel like I'm the only salesperson in mattresses. At one point I climb up on a bed and look around and realize that's because I literally am. The 2 guys who are supposed to be working with me have been going over to electronics, where there is a huge line, and convincing customers to check out with them, so they get the commission from TV sales. TV sales aren't nearly as big as mattress sales, but there are a hell of a lot more of them. People waffle and dilly-dally about mattresses, and take a lot of convincing, even on big sale days, and honestly the sale prices aren't much better than any other day of the year. Mattresses are always on sale. At one point the guy who logged me in comes and asks me to work overtime, and I kind of just stare at him open-mouthed and nod, thinking at least I will be making commission on the dozen plus mattresses I've sold. I'm a veteran who was medically retired for a bad back, and though it wasn't as bad then as it is now, I was nearly 26 at the time, I was pretty dead on my feet. He went back to stealing TV commission from the electronics guys the next day I came in to try to figure out my commission from Friday. I told him everything that had happened and told him which iPad I had used. He pulled the iPad out and told me I had been logged into the other employee's account the entire day. He said he could not take commission from the other employees and give it to me. He said that I should not have let him log me into his account. The account did not look any different when logged in, and the guy gave me his login pin. I told the manager this, and he said that I was the one who should have known not to trust the other employee. I told him about the other guy going over to electronics the entire day and taking their customers for commission. He said he didn't care. Then he found out I'd worked overtime and said that working unauthorized overtime those will be docked from my pay. So my $8/HR for the day won't even cover the hours I worked. The commission I would have made from that days would have been in the thousands. I never went back. I worked at Sears for 3 days about 4 years ago. Wednesday, Thanksgiving Thursday, and Black Friday. I was hired as a mattress salesperson. I knew fuck all about mattresses, and we got next to no one in on the first 2 days. Sears was already dying anyway and you could tell, and the Black Friday rush was more of a trickle anyway. I didn't yet have a login for the commission system, and the previous days I'd been making the sales under the training account, which the manager had to log me into. On Friday the manager wasn't there, and I wasn't able to log in. He'd told me I'd be able to get my commissions for that day, even though I was still in training, because it was expected to be a big day. The day comes, and I don't have a login, and I have no way to get into the training login. I help some people with information, then send them to other employees to make their decisions, figuring I can't help them ring out. Then one of the older employees comes over and says I need to be helping out more by making sales myself, and tells me he'll log me into a sales account. The guy has been working there for like 20 years and is a senior employee and is the employee of the month. Older guy and really authoritative. I figure he knows what he's talking about, and he seems really nice. He takes my iPad and logs me in, and at this point, even though it's not a huge rush like you see on TV, the store is a lot busier than I've ever seen, so I get to work making sales. I get pretty overwhelmed, and I still don't know much about mattresses at all. It's my 3rd day. I feel like I'm the only salesperson in mattresses. At one point I climb up on a bed and look around and realize that's because I literally am. The 2 guys who are supposed to be working with me have been going over to electronics, where there is a huge line, and convincing customers to check out with them, so they get the commission from TV sales. TV sales aren't nearly as big as mattress sales, but there are a hell of a lot more of them. People waffle and dilly-dally about mattresses, and take a lot of convincing, even on big sale days, and honestly the sale prices aren't much better than any other day of the year. Mattresses are always on sale. At one point the guy who logged me in comes and asks me to work overtime, and I kind of just stare at him open-mouthed and nod, thinking at least I will be making commission on the dozen plus mattresses I've sold. I'm a veteran who was medically retired for a bad back, and though it wasn't as bad then as it is now, I was nearly 26 at the time, I was pretty dead on my feet. He went back to stealing TV commission from the electronics guys the next day I came in to try to figure out my commission from Friday. I told him everything that had happened and told him which iPad I had used. He pulled the iPad out and told me I had been logged into the other employee's account the entire day. He said he could not take commission from the other employees and give it to me. He said that I should not have let him log me into his account. The account did not look any different when logged in, and the guy gave me his login pin. I told the manager this, and he said that I was the one who should have known not to trust the other employee. I told him about the other guy going over to electronics the entire day and taking their customers for commission. He said he didn't care. Then he found out I'd worked overtime and said that working unauthorized overtime those will be docked from my pay. So my $8/HR for the day won't even cover the hours I worked. The commission I would have made from that days would have been in the thousands. I never went back. After hours of trudging the streets and knocking on empty houses, or having doors simply slammed in my face. We were granted a 1-hour lunch break, not that I knew where I was in relation to anywhere, to stop and get a drink or something to eat, and then had to continue until late into the evening, when our colleague came to pick us up in the hatchback. Some even decided to stay out later to wrangle more sales. I went back to the office wanting to cry. At our evening debriefing session it was explained to me in a very roundabout way that we were only getting paid on commission, no base pay whatsoever, and I had made no sales on my first day. Believe it or not, I actually stuck at this thing for all of those 2 weeks before the final straw came, when we were invited to some kind of general meeting at the CEO's office in Birmingham. They promised us arranged travel, hotel overnight and food expenses, except when the day came we ended up cramming 5 grown adults into one of my colleagues' 2-door Corsa. She never even agreed to drive, for a 3-hour round trip up north, only to be dumped on the streets of Birmingham, to go canvassing until roughly 11 PM, when we were briefly graced by the presence of the CEO in a rundown drug den of an office building, and expected to stay and mingle with a bunch of strangers until we were allowed to leave. I said fuck that, I want to go back to our hotel, at which point they then decided to tell us that no hotel had been booked, so we ended up walking round the streets at gone midnight asking for spare rooms in every hotel we could find, until we eventually had to split a double room between 3 females. I refused the idea to share the room with the males to save money. They got their own room and paid for it out of our own pockets. The next morning they expected us to go canvassing again before we were allowed to drive home. Point needless to say, when I did eventually get home, I never went back. And I never got a cent from that company either for any of the sales I made, or reimbursements for travel and accommodation that they promised. Point TLDR, I got massively faked over in a short space of time by a shitty startup door-to-door marketing company that sucked me dry and caused me to default on a loan that messed me up for a long time after. Don't do this shit. I was hired at a family-owned sushi restaurant. Prior to this job, I had worked as a server in several other restaurants, including 2 Japanese and Korean places where I enjoyed the company of the friendly staff and positive work environment. Point my 2 days there went something like this. Day -1 AM made fun of for having a white boyfriend. The family's uncle in the back cooks me a special lunch. Family tells me I should date him. I went to the back to prep salads and miso soup. See 2 young kids the ages of 5 and 8 standing on upside down empty soy sauce buckets, reaching up to wash the dishes. I told them that I would wash the dishes for them, and then they echoed this anti-American crap about not being lazy and worthless like most American people, that I'm sure 100% came straight from their parents' mouths. Explained to them I was only half Asian, but all American and in the army. Kids were curious and started asking me questions. By the end they seemed much more open-minded. Point day -2 brought in some snack crackers and poured them on a plate to share with the kids. Before a shift at the last place I worked, we'd share a meal on these very same snack crackers. The kids started eating them and loved them. The manager, who I believe was the mother of the kids/free laborers, came over and slapped my hand as I was reaching for the plate in the center of the table. Then lectured her kids about not eating fatty American snacks. What the fuck with the hand slapping, and I can handle the Asian weirdness with my own family and all, but get out of here with the super anti-America stuff. Poor kids. TLDR, family restaurant hires me because I'm Asian and assumes I have a similar mindset to them. Everyone in restaurant is saturated with anti-America perspective. When I was 21 I was looking for a job as a receptionist. I talked to a guy who was looking for someone to do some office work and scheduled an interview. I drove to the address he gave me and thought it was strange that I was in a high-end residential area. I assumed I should be looking for an office building. I finally get to the address and it's a mansion behind big gates. I ring the button and the guy tells me to pull up and just park in front. He then proceeds to tell me that this house is part of his business, and now that he's seen me, he would like it if I could work part-time at the office during the day and part-time at the house on weekends. Turns out he basically ran a swingers club and promoted pills that caused arousal in both men and women. My job at the office would be to process membership payments and typical office work. However, on weekends I was to show up to the house in a little see-through nightgown with a matching thong. I would be encouraged to give the club members massages. He even asked if he could test out my skills during the interview. He also mentioned that I was not allowed to hook up with the clients, but I could hook up with my co-workers, and he knew they were going to want to hit that. I felt so gross being in that house. He had just hosted a party the night before, and the place had not been cleaned. He showed me the fetish rooms, the 28-person jacuzzi, and a shower that could probably fit 10 people. Before I left, he asked how I would feel about going on a date with a 38-year-old man, meaning himself. I told him I felt like my dad would kill me. He gave me my uniform and told me to come by on Friday night. I FedExed the outfit back to him and never called or showed up. The place I worked at is half farm, half amusement park. They bring out rides and food booths during a couple months. They use their own grown food from the farm for the booths anyway. I was collecting tickets for the train that goes around the park when I worked there. During these different months they hire around 200 people to work booths and rides and other stuff for a month point. When it came time for checks, a lot of people were missing hours. AMD, I only knew I was missing hours because it was my first job and I wanted to get what I earned, considering I stood in blazing sun for 2 hours of my 5 to 6 hour job. And then most days I would have to stay late because people who had tickets decide to come late for the ride. Anyway, I had 22 hours of work, not including extra work time, for one weekend. We were getting paid for the first 2 weekends. When we got our first check, I would have 44 hours of work, plus any extra time, which I counted to be 3 hours in total. But my check said I worked for 39 hours. A lot of the people that they hire are high schoolers who are just trying to find a job, so their parents will stop nagging them. They are not gonna check their checks. It irritated me so much. They also missed hours on long-time employees, and when these employees questioned them, they got yelled at by the guy who counts up the hours until he was proven wrong and had to give them their hours. I asked about it and told them how many hours I knew I worked, and they took my check back, and I didn't get my first check until they were passing out the second check. My first check was fixed, according to what I said, which means they didn't even check my time card, because it was certainly still a little more, and then they just gave me the same amount for my second, even though I worked even longer during the last 2 weekends, because that was when the holiday was anyway. I know not to work there again, unless you take pictures of your time cards, which I might do. Because it was still fun to be there. I had grown up going to the park, and to be able to work in it was really cool. I'm in the process of noping out right now. I got hired as a kitchen manager at a cute cafe in town right before Christmas. It's been open maybe 6 months. It's in a prime spot and the owner was offering good pay, so obviously I accepted. It has been a constant struggle with her to be allowed to manage her store without 20+ text messages an hour. True story. Making sure I'm letting her know everything I'm doing from the moment I walk in. If I tell her I ordered more bread, she asks me why. Are we out? Ask me first. She emailed me today, after I assume she saw me through the surveillance, making soup. If you guys make soup, please call and ask first, so I know what you're putting in it, and to discuss cooking methods. She doesn't want any of her employees communicating without her knowledge. She broke down once and screamed, "Are you trying to take over my restaurant? You work for me." And wants us all only to work for her, going so far as to instruct me to talk one of our cooks into quitting her other job so that she can solely work for this nutcase. The straw that broke my back was that another owner in our strip mall who runs our monthly art walk asked me if I'd take over organizing our cafe's portion of the walk. I said no problem, and was honestly pretty excited, since the job is such a drag, and I paint portraits as my side gig. Suddenly I was cut out of emails for the event, and when I asked the guy why, he told me the owner preferred that I focus on being her manager. As soon as I get a new job I'm out there. I'm the only adult that works there, as in over 21, so none of the kids can legally pour alcohol. They will all be leaving to go back home for the summer soon too, which will leave her high and dry. I came into this job being the only one that cared, and she's sabotaging herself. Bummer. After finishing uni, I spent months trying very hard to find work. I was desperate for money, post-grad degree in big city living costs, so I downloaded Indeed and soon came across a job offer that was just too good to be true. Entry-level security officer at a private storage facility for $40,000 a year. Now, I have zero experience as a security guard, and I'm a 5 feet 1 inch, 120-pound woman, but I figured, why not just apply? It couldn't hurt to apply, right? Now, the first huge red flag was the fact that the listing was specifically asking for a female, but my money-hungry mind explained that away by saying that it's a security job, so they must need female officers to do security checks on women, pat-downs and whatnot, right? Right. I was contacted almost immediately via email, a guy saying he's the owner and interested in hiring me, but will need to interview me first. Cool. Interviews sound legit. So I ask where and when we should meet, and he asks for a phone interview. Okay, I hate in-person interviews, this place is great. So we do the interview, 5-10 minutes long and really just a chat, not much about the work or my skills, and he offers me the job right there and then. Second red flag, why would anyone offer me a job off just one little phone interview? Soon I get a follow-up email from this guy asking me for pictures of myself and measurements of my body for the uniform. That spooked the fuck out of me, so I didn't respond. I was worried, but I thought, maybe I'm just being paranoid. I know this is extremely stupid, but at this point, it still hadn't fully clicked. I was so excited about the thought of being able to afford my life in the city that I didn't want to think it could be a hoax. Full denial point, but then, the next day, I received a text from him asking me how I'd slept last night and how I was feeling. What the fuck? If we are talking flags, this is the equivalent of being slapped in the face by a communist banner. Time to wake up point. I immediately called my dad and told him everything, and of course, he fucking flipped. He asked for all of this guy's contact info, which I gladly forwarded him, and after a quick Google search, which I definitely should've done first facepalm, Dad discovered that this guy I was talking to didn't own a storage business at all. In fact, the business didn't even exist. He had worked as a security officer in the past, but he definitely wasn't doing that nowadays. Instead, he'd become a faking human trafficker and was wanted by the police. He showed up on several government lists. He also had a side business as a photographer taking creepy as hell photos of unsuspecting women. What the fuck point? So Dad and I took all this info to the local police and Indeed, but neither did much. The police said there was nothing much they could do without him actually attacking me or some shit, so whatever. And Indeed said they'd remove his listings, which they did, but I saw a similar listing pop up a few weeks later. Sigh. I did end up getting another call from the guy, and I confronted him with the info. Of course, he denied it all and hung up the phone point. Nowadays, I always do my due diligence before moving forward with anyone I don't know or trust. And as for my father, he's got a full dossier on this guy and is still looking for more. About 4 years ago, I had jumped into the vape scene head first and met quite a few interesting people. I had met this guy, we'll call him Albert, who frequented the same shops I did. Over the course of a few months, him and I became friends, and we'd spend hours at the shops chatting. I had fallen upon hard times and was in desperate need of a job. He had mentioned that he was a contractor for Sprint and had connected me with his superiors in order to get me hired. After a couple weeks of going through the hiring process, I got a call from their main office telling me to go pick up my work van from Enterprise. Albert called me and informed me that I would be meeting him at a storage unit on the east side of Memphis, Tennessee. When I met him, we had gathered the supplies we needed for the work we were doing that day. We went to a Sprint cell tower somewhere in rural northern Manuscript. After we were finished there, he told me I needed to go to a warehouse in Memphis to pick up a pallet of parts for the next day's job. When I had arrived, everything had seemed normal. I loaded the pallet and set out to the storage unit to unload them. About halfway there, an unmarked police Tahoe pulled me over. I didn't think about it. Maybe I was speeding, or they saw that I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. When the officer approached my window, he asked me for my license and insurance. After he had returned to my van, he asked me to step out. No biggie, although it was just routine. Then, he told me to face the van and put my hand behind my back. After slapping the cuffs on me, he opened the van and inspected the pallet. Come to find out, the stuff I had picked up was stolen. I told him that I had no idea and that I had just started this job today and showed them all the emails and voicemails confirming it. After what felt like hours and a menagerie of questions later, I was informed that the company I was working for wasn't even a real company and that these men were stealing parts and information from the companies that owned and maintained the cell towers. I agreed to let them follow me to the storage unit and they uncuffed me. After I dropped it off, I called the office and let them know that I was thankful for the opportunity, but I had decided to pursue something else. I returned the van to Enterprise and didn't hear anything from anyone, Albert included, for several months. I ended up having to give the DA where I lived a statement, and several men ended up going to federal prison. I haven't heard anything since then, and I've no desire to find anything else out, because in the back of my mind, I'm still a little worried that I may end up going to prison. At my first job, I worked at a ski resort as a children's instructor. I was only 17 at the time and didn't know any better, but $10.50 an hour sounded pretty good to me. I was happy to be making $0.50 over minimum wage. I was the best employee in the department. I was the only one to show up early, the only one to show up on time and sober for that matter. I loved working with kids, therefore kids loved having me as their instructor. I had repeat customers asking for me by name. There were times my boss was consistently sending me out with 25 to 30 kid classes, ages ranging from 4 to 12. When I was hired I was told class sizes would never be more than 6. With no previous teaching experience, I asked my mom, who is a grade school teacher, the best way to handle a group of 30 kids on a snow hill would be. She laughed at me and asked how much they charged each kid to take a lesson. Come to find out they charged $120 for a 2-hour lesson. I made $10.50 an hour to teach 30 kids the next day. I finished my afternoon lesson and one of the parents comes up to me with a $100 tip. He said how thankful he was for inspiring his child and being able to give his son the skills to join the rest of the family on the larger lifts. This nearly brought tears to my eyes until he apologizes for this tip not being as large as yesterday's. I asked him what he was talking about, and he told me he had given it to my boss and instructed her to give it to me as a tip. After this realization, I went in the next day and asked for a raise and questioned her about the tips. They told me I would not be receiving a raise, for I hadn't worked there long enough. As for tips, it was policy that they go to the director of the department. I resigned immediately. Later that night, they called back offering $10.75 an hour. I gave them an easy no. I worked at an industrial chain assembly plant. Like the giant chain links that are used on ships, construction machines etc. You took a side piece, put it on the holder, took another side piece, put that in the other holder, take the hollow cylinder and position it on the final holding slot, push a button. It flipped around, got robotically welded, and then flipped back around as one solid piece. I'd have to inspect it to make sure it looked like a good weld and then either throw it into a good bin or a junk bin to be melted back down. It was the most mindless job I'd ever had in my life, and about 30 minutes in knew I was in trouble. The people were awesome, but the job itself sucked. Lunch and breaks were handled purely by a bell. Think of it like a school system, and it took every ounce of willpower to return after lunch. I worked a full day, went to the manager and politely informed him I would not be returning the next day. I ended up frantically calling all of my friends who worked anywhere near a management job to find literally anything else. Luckily ended up landing a different, far more engaging job. For the next morning. It has forever remained the only job I just simply couldn't take. I felt like I was losing myself with how boring the workload was. Still wish I could get that 8 hours of life back sometimes. When I went to work for Chuck E. Cheese. Granted I gave it 3 shots, but the first night I worked everyone swooned over me and were like, oh my god, I don't have to work Tuesdays anymore. Blah blah. Everyone was figuring out how to already get out of their shifts that same night. Some kid threw up in the ball pit. That was fun. Second shift and I start realize that I was hired only solely on the fact that I was 21 and could legally serve a beer, meaning the managers could leave. Third shift was when it really hit me to get out of there. I just didn't know how to say it because I'm just super kind and don't want anyone to have hurt feelings. I'd rather hinder myself than others. I don't know point, but we had to stamp these numbers on each kid and parent. They were identical numbers. However, when you mix grandparents coming in a few hours later to join a party or parents coming to pick up their kids, no one would get matching numbers. When I brought this up, my manager told me to not worry about unless they seem suspicious. Of course I didn't worry about it, and then I got yelled at by her when grandpa's number didn't match his grandchild's number. Ugh. Way too confusing. To add that the music and games were loud, so even trying to take someone's order was impossible. And yeah, the animatronics were creepy AF. That should have been reason enough to nope out of there. I went through church channels to get a job at Deseret Industries. It's basically Mormon Salvation Army. Think Goodwill, and it's basically that point. After going through all the paperwork, they told me they would call me in a few days with a setup time to come do employee orientation. Neato. I thought 3 weeks went by. No call. I called at least once a week to see what was up. I wanted to call every day, but I didn't want to be a pest. Finally someone tells me, oh yeah man, orientation is every Thursday at 20th time. Just come on down then. Should have been my first sign that something so seemingly simple nobody knew about except this one random dude who just went through it. None of the people I could actually interact with in person, or that I did paperwork for, or could call on the phone. Point I get down there on orientation, and it was pretty standard new hire stuff. Thing is, they got to every section of the store and how it works, and told all the other new hires who would be working where. Except me. Nobody knew where I was to be assigned. Everyone else had their spot. There was like 12 people, but somehow I had fallen through the cracks. Whatever. I thought. It's no big deal. We'll get it sorted out today before I leave. And we did, I thought. I was told by 3 different managers I would be working at 4 different spots every time I asked throughout the day, so I made sure to grab all the people I would work under before I left, saying 100% sure I need to wear this and this because I'm working in this section. Finally had them all agree where I was going to be. It was the production area, which is to say you dress in jeans and a t-shirt because you'll be heavy lifting all the donations all day. Point I get there the next morning for what should have been my first shift, dressed in a Captain America t-shirt with jeans. Even brought my own gloves so I wouldn't bang up my fingers. Had one manager see me waiting to clock in, and he goes, you need to go home and change. You're working in the storefront. Polo or button-up shirt and khakis. I was livid because this guy was the last person I checked in with the day before. I reminded him of this fact and how I was very clear about asking where they wanted me because it took me about an hour to get to the store. Mind you, the head manager overheard all this. Other manager lies to save face. Tells me he told me I needed to dress nice for the storefront. Point I wasn't able to hold it together, I admit. I had been unemployed for like a year already and told everyone on the way up the one thing that was keeping me from finding employment was the lack of respect I felt employers showed me. I'm fine being just a cog in the machine as long as I'm genuinely wanted. I laid into this guy something along the lines of if it was funny to him to lie to desperate people and if he really expected me to spend 2 hours of my 4-hour shift driving home to put on some khakis because he made a mistake. Point, and he totally did. I told him I will go home, but I'm not coming back till my shift tomorrow because I value myself. If they wanted me back that day, all I needed was an apology for the confusion the day before and for lying to me. Now Point never got that apology. Didn't bother to come back. Bishop tried to guilt me about it by gently suggesting I'm a quitter, but fuck them. I value myself. I have had enough jobs in the past to know if that's how day one goes, it won't get better. I don't think it's too much to ask somebody for basic decency of telling me where I'm supposed to work during faking orientation. And when they screw up, to just own it and send me to work where I was dressed for that day rather than waste all our time over some pants. I worked for a parcel firm on the night shift for a single day once. I got there, and the work is basically just standing at your own section of the conveyor belt and lifting off parcels with the 8 postcodes you've been assigned and placing them in little piles on the floor behind you. It was explained to me in literally less than 15 seconds, so I'm a bit derpy and kinda confused about what's happening because that is my entire induction to this job. The only other thing the management said to me was to ask my name when I signed in. So I do it, and it's not super bad, but long hours and minimum wage, very loud work environment, and you have to be very quick and not stop, otherwise you clog up the conveyor belt for people working further down the line and they yell at you in Romanian, but you don't speak Romanian, so you don't know how to respond to it. So my first shift finishes and I'm pooped, looking forward to going home, but then we are forced to stand in a long line while the manager searches everyone's pockets and bags to make sure they haven't stolen any packages. There was no lockers, so we just kept our bags in a pile at the side. It takes like 40 minutes because I'm right at the back. Manager doesn't even look at me, just takes my bag, searches it for like a minute, pats me down, and lets me go. I accidentally quit because I thought it was a trial shift and there was a misunderstanding between me and the recruitment agency, who asked in an email if I could work one day this week on a trial shift. So I turned up that day, decided I didn't like it, and I'd tell the recruitment lady that when she asked if I wanted more work. She phoned up like 5 days later completely pissed because apparently I was supposed to work the rest of the week, but she didn't tell me that. Management didn't tell me that, and no one called me until 5 days later. I got hired at a popular bar on the rooftop of a nice hotel. I had an interview on a Wednesday. They called me on Thursday and asked if I would like to start training the next day on a Friday night. I wasn't worried about training on a Friday night because I've been bartending for a few years and can pick it up at any new place relatively quickly. The guy that hired me took me up to the rooftop at 4 PM. The bar opened at 5. He unlocked the gate off the elevator to the rooftop that lead to the bar and said, "I'm really busy. You've bartended before, you've got this right. The next bartender will be in at 6. And got back on the elevator and left me there. I had no way of getting into the computer system, let alone knowing how to use it. I hadn't signed any paperwork stating I even worked there or clocked in. I had no idea how to set up the bar, where anything was, where the switches to the fans were. It is South Carolina in the middle of last summer, 20 stories high. I called my roommates and had them on speakerphone dying laughing at the situation I was in. 5 PM rolls around and I had found most of the liquor and set it up decently organized, and a few hotel guests wander up and sit at the bar and order some scotch. I'm like, okay, guess they get it on the house. Can't get into the computer system. 6 PM rolls around, the next bartender comes in a horrible mood and starts freaking out about how I had set up the bar. I tried to explain the situation I was put in, and she gave zero facts and was slamming bottles around putting them in their right place. I'm like, okay, whatever, I have a lot of patience, I can deal with this girl. 8 PM rolls around and the bar is packed. People are sardine packed on that rooftop trying to get drinks, ordering specialty cocktails from the hotel menu I have no idea how to make. Even if they order a specific bourbon neat, fastest drink to make, it's taking me minutes to find where it's at in the bar. Around 9 PM I hadn't seen the girl I was working with in a few minutes and we ran out of house vodka, so I went into storage and she is sitting down on a box eating a sandwich. I laughed and walked back behind the bar, told everyone at the bar their drinks were on the house, closed out all checks in the computer as cash, handed everyone their cards back, grabbed my purse, and walked down 20 flights of stairs to my car and left. Met up with some friends at a normal bar and had a good laugh about it. Next night, Saturday night, I went out with some friends to the same bar and ran into the manager who had hired me. It was 1 AM at a college bar, and he was like 50 and sheet-faced drunk by himself from what I saw. I was standing at the bar and he came over to me, completely blindsided me, and told the bartender to give me a shot and asked me what the hell happened. I refused the shot and told him that I felt very uncomfortable talking to him right then and there. He was like, "Oh my god, stop. Tell me what the fuck happened. My friends started taking millions of Snapchats of me standing there looking like I wanted to die as this old as man has his arm around me asking me how I could do that to him. One shift. The job description was electromechanical manufacturing and troubleshooting. Dope. I like things like that. I have the inclination toward that kind of thing, and a little experience in loosely related fields went for the interview. Decent pay. Decent benefits. Promote from within. The company is called Valia, and they are making stuff for Tesla inside the Nevada Gigafactory. Wow, I was stoked. Took the job offer, showed up my first day, got the standard safety walk though and facility tour. The hype is building. The Gigafactory is cool as fuck. Then I was paired with a trainer and started working. The trainer happens to be some shitty 25-year-old girl with a shitty attitude. The job was absolutely nothing as described. Valia makes cooling parts for Tesla's battery packs, and my job was to inspect the components for flaws after it came out of powder coating. Clean up overspray from the powder coating with a Scott pad. If it's cracked or out of spec, there was no standard spec, it gets rejected. The line lights, Dremels, continuity testers, PCs, was powered by a spider web-like series of surge protectors stemming from a 240, 120V converter, which overloaded 6 times on my shift. I was chastised because I didn't look like I was enjoying my work, and someone tattled on me because I slid the boxed parts over a little too hard a few times. The lead was some mouth-breathing kid with elobes that I could fit my fist though. He'd been with the company 2 weeks and in that position for 1, but acted like he was basically Jesus. He did nothing all day. I didn't even quit. I just didn't go back. When I was job searching, I found an insurance agency that said they were hiring for multiple positions. They were just getting things started from what I saw. During the one-on-one interview, they started off by asking me what I wanted to do. Being an IT guy, I asked questions about their IT setup, which they did not have any in-house IT, but some Indian outsource crap. They seemed interested in getting someone in-house and seemed like an awesome group of people to work with. Well, data comes around where everyone who passed the one-on-one interview was brought back for a group interview style thing. Only thing was, this time all they did was push about how much cash you can make by selling insurance and how after a few years you don't need to work because the interest of those sales will keep coming in as long as the client stays with the company. When I finally got a word and I asked if all of us were just here to be hired for sales, or if, as the job listing mentioned, there was multiple roles that needed to be filled. Just sales. It was worded that way to get as many people in the door as possible and explain the real job. Well, thanks for wasting 2 days of my life. And then I walked out of the place. Reported the job listings they had as misleading and moved on with my job search. My first ever job was advertised as a customer service position. I phoned up to inquire about it, and they told me to come in for interviews the next day. I rocked up the next day and they immediately handed me my tax deck forms. No interview. This should have been a red flag, but I was 16 and had no idea what this was supposed to look like. 15 minutes later, I was in a car on the way to a city 2 hours away with my buddy worker who was meant to show me the ropes. Turns out it was a door-to-door sales job for a totally legit phone company, but with third-party sellers, the company I was hired by, who were anything but legit. I saw my buddy sell to people off their faces on drugs and convince them that there were 2 forms to sign, one for the phone and another for the SIM. This was a lie, since all phones came with the SIM for the plan, so he was essentially signing people up for 2 phone plans, but they were too out of it to notice. The buddy then told me the company deliberately sends their sellers out to the worst streets in the worst suburbs because undereducated and substance affected people were easier to sell to, and even if they worked out what was happening and called in their 10-day cooling off period, by the time that happened, we'd already received our commissions, and it didn't matter. I was terrified, but I went back maybe 2 to 3 times while I worked out what to do. In that time, the senior managers tried to convince me to quit school to sell for them, and I was hit on by numerous men who legally could not touch someone as young as me. Payday rolled around, and I got paid. This job was 100% commission, and I had refused to make any sales as soon as I'd seen my buddy pulling his sheet on day 1. I asked how I had been paid, since I'd made no sales, and was shown some paperwork with my name on it. Turned out the sales my buddy made for the extra SIM cards on day 1, he'd put them in my name to reduce his chances of being caught making illegal sales. I noped the fuck out that day and never went back. I heard a year or so later that the company was shut down for hiring illegal workers, i.e. international students who weren't being paid. I'm a foreigner living in Japan with a student visa. I was looking for a part-time jobs that will hire with low-level Japanese. Surprisingly, there is a decent amount. I found one job that has lots of postings on a job search website. Decent pay and I could choose my own hours. The job was to go into buildings that need to either to be rearranged or slight remodeling. I go in for the interview, and it was a tiny office building. 2 guys were in the back, and they told me the interviewer was running late. He shows up and just has me fill out basic information, asked for my personal email, and hovered over me while I add their business page on Facebook to my account. Then takes a picture of me with his, I'm assuming and hoping, business phone. I was weirded the fuck out, but different culture and different ways of doing things, so I went along with it. It turns out that there is no set schedule and you are berated with tons of emails. They have a description of the job, where it is, and the hours. If you want to do it, you respond with an email and show up. I was not told if there would be others from the company to help, or even if there was equipment to use in the case of remodeling, or even what to do when I got their point after that, and the stupid non-interview I decided screw that, and deleted the page off my Facebook, and never responded to the emails. Took a couple months for them to stop coming. Found a better part-time job later, and learned that there are a few companies like that, and they mostly all have high turnover rates. Also, my new job had a real interview, and no weird picture taking or Facebook bullshit. Did sales for a home improvement company that on the surface seemed really legit, but in reality they just ripped off insurance companies. My job was to go door to door and lie about having a permit if asked, because I totally didn't, and offer free inspections. The inspection involves me scribbling notes and climbing ladders, poking my head around and looking for storm damage. I was told to tell everyone that they had damage, and although I was never trained on what to actually look for, I could tell that 80% of the time there was clearly no damage and maybe 10% of the time there was. Didn't matter, everyone got the same pitch about how insurance is going to pay out big for them to get new roof siding gutter etc. I then pushed them hard to let me call their insurance company while at their door, and a lot of folks went for it. I would file a claim and make it sound really legit, so the company would send out an inspector. We would then send out a guy to pressure the inspector into saying yes, even though most of the time there wasn't really damage, and they would pay out fat enough that the homeowner could hire a really expensive contractor to do a great job. But too bad for the customer, they hired us. We took that big check and hired the sketchiest illegal crews to lay down some bargain materials as half as they could of it, while still passing code and looking great from the street, and then making a profit on the difference. Also, surprise for the customer, your rates are going way up and you may get dropped. Good luck. Oh, and the people who got denied. Yeah, same for you, except you didn't even get a sheety roof out of it. Sorry. I gave them a chance thinking maybe I was just being cynical, but after a month I realized it was as sketchy as it seemed. Last straw was when a guy working the same town as me for a criminal misdemeanor for illegal solicitation, not having the permits, and the company wouldn't help him out at all, and when I had to take over all the accounts of a salesman who had quit after blatantly lying to like 20 people and then disappearing, leaving me to clean up the mess, because who better to deal with a bunch of pissed off consumers than the new guy, right? TLDR ripped off homeowners with storm damage inspections and took huge insurance checks to do subpar work, was paid in cash, and didn't have permits to knock doors, but did it anyways illegally. Right after I graduated high school, my mom's friend got me a job at an MRI place doing filing and clerical work. I showed up to the interview asking $11/HR, which was what I'd been making at my previous job, and talked about how organized I was and great at working on my own. Thinking they'd be impressed. The boss man looked at me kinda strange and tells me the job pays $8/HR. Okay. So I decided I'd do it for a while. I had to wake up at 5 AM and take 2 buses and a train to get there. I walked in to start my first day in my nice blouse and slacks, and the group of girls at the reception desk all gave me dirty looks. The boss's wife asked me what size I was and handed me a pair of scrubs so I can go get changed. What? No one else was wearing scrubs. Then she opened a cabinet full of cleaning supplies and told me that everything I needed was in there and I should keep busy. I was so terrified that I didn't even know what to say. I had no idea how to clean anything professionally and wasn't given any kind of instructions, so I mostly wandered around wiping things down with paper towels and a bottle of cleaning fluid. I cannot describe to you how aimless I was. Also, the place was pretty fucking clean already. No one told me what needed to be done, and when I tried to ask questions to the receptionist girls, they got really annoyed. My lunch break rolled around, and I got my sad sandwich out of my locker and found the break room to eat by myself and watch the Cosby Show. Halfway through, the receptionist girls all piled in, laughing and carrying bags of food they'd gone out to get. They changed the channel, and not one of them said a word to me. I went to the boss and explained that this job wasn't really what I was looking for, and I would not be interested in staying. He seemed frustrated with me and told me that I needed to finish out the day. I went back to my aimless wandering, caring even less, and about an hour later the boss's wife came up to me and started asking me questions. One of the receptionist's wallets is missing. Did I take it? Well, no. I was wearing scrubs that don't even have pockets. There's no way I could have been hiding anything. She patted me down, then made me open up my locker and show her everything in my purse and lunchbox. I was both annoyed and terrified because I've always hated for people to think I'm doing something bad. This doesn't satisfy her, so she made me go get all of the garbage bags that I'd taken out and open them up in case I took the wallet and threw it away. Nothing. Once everything was cleaned away, I asked if I should get back to cleaning. She told me no, I'm fired. I had to change into my clothes and walk out into the rain to catch my bus with the receptionists laughing at me. A month later I got a check for $32 and an apology call from my mom's friend, who said that they found out the receptionist had been lying about her wallet being stolen and was apparently upset because her brother was supposed to get the janitorial job they had given me. I told her to tell them they could go fuck themselves. Late to the party, but I applied for a job with a mix of very specific qualifications and experience, which I just happened to have exactly what they want. So not an entry level role. I had allowed 2 hours for the interview, but I ended up being there half the day as they kept passing me on to the higher up each time I succeeded with the one before. Red flag 1 was that when I would ask what the pay rate was, they said they weren't sure and I should check with the next one along. Red flag 2 was them saying how all their staff were overworked because they'd had such a difficult time finding good qualified staff members. Red flag 3 was that the job was advertised as a 2 to 3 day per week gig, which was perfect for me because I was already working 2 days. But then they say, but we want you to be available at the other times in case we need to call you in. Oh, and it's minimum wage to start with, but we can talk about progressing you more depending on your work here. Then they made me do an unpaid trial, which I did so well they asked if I could do a quick customer job for them that they'd been struggling with. I did, but the office was so freezing cold I was already done and ready to go home by this point. They called and offered me the job 2 hours later, but only if I could quit my other, higher paying job and be on call for them. No thanks. It was the mid-90s, I was 19 or 20. I took a job as a vacuum cleaner salesman for Kirby. The first day we were out, I was paired up with this very aggressive, very short man a few years older than me. He bullied his way into an old lady's home, then proceeded to demo the vacuum for quite a long time, until she asked us to leave. I was surprised when he ignored her and kept demoing the vacuum. They have these see-through cup attachments that would show the dirt/carpet fibers, mostly carpet fibers, that the Kirby sucked up. He kept shoving the results in her face and saying, see, look what it's pulling out, your carpets are filthy. was very uncomfortable and said something like, "Hey man, she said she wants us to leave." He replied something to the effect of, "And I'm sure this is very close. We are not leaving till this old beach buys a Kirby." I walked out, went back to the van, and told the driver, who chuckled. We were working out of town, which they do a lot, and when we got back I quit. By which I mean I didn't go to get in the stupid van the next day. It was a pure commission job, so no need to technically quit. I later found out they target old people. They have methods for scoping out neighborhoods and sourcing old people, who are often easily intimidated or manipulated. I was young when I started with them, and in the first training session they told me my spiel was that I was a first year college student and I was struggling to get by. Very dishonest company, back then, anyway. I forgot one other job. The job itself was oddly good. The issue with it was the management of the event. In the USA lady was brought to run the conventions for the USA from Canada. Anyhow, she said to everyone, "I done tons of this before and have no issue." Then she did the big show for the USA with 120,000 people showing up. On the first year she had people working between 12 to 14 hours shift with only 8 hours counting per shift. Was told we need to do, expected to work every day of the event. 4 days, but the job was for 3 days. Now this event had TV, movie stars, voice actor, etc. There was 3 LVL of workers, own staff, support staff, grunts. Almost none of the zone staff showed up, so 4 people only out of a needed 30. That was a massive headache to deal with them not showing up to switch people shift or to let you go. I did my 3 days. Talked to her the last day. Seeing I did my 3 days, she said, "Nope, you got to work this day too." Legal not. I said okay. This was before the shift starts. Walk out and enjoy the rest of the day. Never went back to her. On Sunday the next year she did not show up for any of the USA shows. Another company took the work show people over. Thank God. I know for a fact that she was not allowed to do events or was fired. Seeing I yet to see her at any events now. She lied to the staff under her with shift times, showing up, rotate people. Then the big one was she lied to corp. Thought she got away with it till we grunts report her as, but it was cool bumping into and talk to movie stars or TV like Walking Dead people. Before or after the show. For about a month I cleaned old abandoned/foreclosed houses for a company that was hired by real estate agencies to clean these houses to prepare them to sell. Made $9/HR. Not all the houses were terrible. Sometimes it depended on the size. Other times it depended on the condition it was left in and the surrounding neighborhood. Plus, we got to keep anything left behind that was of any value. One guy took home a treadmill that just needed a new power cord, sold it for $600. I will always remember my last house. Normally the boss would be there first to unlock the house because he had the key from the real estate agency. This last time I got there a little bit before him, and I figured I'd go look around the outside and maybe look into the windows. When I walked around to the backyard, I saw the back door, sliding glass door, was just kicked in, laying on the floor of the kitchen. So I decided I'd also look around the inside. The first thing in the house I see are 13 shopping carts, and they're all filled with loads of garbage, old food and milk, tattered clothes, etc. Throughout multiple rooms there was animal feces from whatever came into the house, with the door laying wide open. There was shit in the toilet. Thankfully we were still able to flush it down. That made a whole half of the house stink. So basically I was ready to just leave right when I go there. We were done with the house after 2 days, and I was so happy to leave that job to go work for a vinyl siding company the next week. TLDR, cleaned old houses and the last one filled with literal shit. 3 days at a Waffle House. Quit after I got trained. First job ever technically. Turned 16. My dad said, "Don't come back home without a job," and as a last resort I went to the Waffle House closest to us, just to have at least one more fresh application down. Upon inquiry the manager, cool guy by the way, looked me up and down and just gave me a door greeter position on the spot, and I was put to work immediately. Pour coffee, seat and greet people and such. Had 2 weeks prior to find anything, but I had put several applications in everywhere. No responses whatsoever until my favorite ice cream store that called I would have never have thought would hire me, actually did. Right on break on training for Waffle House. I said yes I would like the job, and I told the trainer what happened. They were like that's awesome. No problemo, have a nice one. As a socially inept 16-year-old, Waffle House absolutely frightened me, especially the kitchen communication system. Nope, the fuck out of there. Real quick point, ice cream place was everything I dreamed of as a kid. I can't ever go back, because the manager there forgot to put in my 2-week notice for my first semester at college for engineering. So I had to be docked down as fired. So I can now never go back, even if I wanted to because of policy. Setting: UK. A few years ago I was having trouble getting a steady job, so I did a little telesales. Not proud of it, but I'd rather work than not. The interview was weird. The lady kept asking me if I was sure I wanted the job. Number 1 point, I was shown around the office and there were floors that were identical. Break rooms had dusty games consoles. The person showing me around kept saying it was a great place to work. Number 2. I was told several times that there were regular team nights out, discounts available, in shops I've never heard of or shopped in. Number 3 point, training consisted of a group brainwashing session, wherein we were played recordings of successful calls. These calls were a masterclass in passive aggressive pressure selling, or it was clearly to colleagues who were salesperson and customer. Number 4 point, so this is the point where I say back quotes Otis, I'm off right. Nope point, I started the following Wednesday and was put on a desk with 6 others. We then listened to people calling and this went on for a week. After that I was given my own desk point. Daily competitions were run. £20 for the person who got 5 leads in an hour, etc. The hours were okay, but lunch breaks were half an hour split into 2. The system auto-dialed, so you didn't stop point. So one day the top floor bigwig comes in and says everyone stop, make that your last call. We are shutting down due to an FSA investigation. Point, cue the team leaders telling everyone that everything is fine, it's all fine. No, seriously, there's no need to worry, because this has happened several times before. That was a fun 3 weeks. Lasted about 2 weeks at a collections agency. Point, to be fair, it was a gig I only ever planned on taking temporarily. I'd put in for what is now my current job before finding and taking the collections one, but it took them roughly 3 months to go from my application to when they finally contacted me for an interview. Point, to be fair, this place definitely did stuff differently. It had strict rules and regulations on stuff. Not allowed to leave messages at a person's work or even identify ourselves as a collection agency if it's not their home phone, for example. It was competently run and so on. They made it clear that of the, I dunno, 200 plus people I'd try to call on a given workday, most of it would be leaving messages on machines, hanging up for a number of reasons, and maybe only 2 to 3 would actually be gotten through to point. Still, during the last few days of training, I got interviewed for my current job, had to find an excuse to miss part of the day. They were strict on attendance during the training period. Any missing was grounds for dismissal. And then once I got confirmed that I got the job, I came up with a, honestly half true, excuse that I would need to help my mom who had recently come down with a disability and so would have to step away from their place. The girl who pretty much got me in actually audibly said, oh no. I actually felt kinda bad for her. That place made me nervous about the work, but the people there seemed okay. Point, every now and again my way home takes me past there, and I see it seems to still be doing well. Point, second place would be the job I had before then, when I lasted about 3 or so weeks doing overnight stock at a 24-hour supermarket. Liked my co-workers, but the work was hell, with literally only 4 to 5 people unloading the truck, putting stuff out to the aisles, then spending the entire rest of the night stocking the shelves. Didn't give me a stool or anything, so I improvised and found ways to sit while doing work, so my feet didn't murder me. Point, I mostly did the baby food, paper products, pet, and cleaning supplies aisles. I had to turn so many tiny cans of Fancy Feast, so their labels were exactly the same direction. I got to calling it Fussy Facts pretty damn quick. And then my 8-hour shift, 11 PM to 7:30 AM, 1/2 hour lunch excluded, was actually more like 11 and 1/2 hours due to busing it there and back. I left for work at 9:45 PM. Got to work at 10:15 PM at night or so, did my job, then waited until 8:15 AM for a bus home, to walk in the door around 9 AM. I had maybe 2 hours to myself to eat and unwind before I needed to go to bed if I wanted to get 8 hours of sleep, and my body was so worn out I needed sleeping pills to sleep the entire time I worked there. Never needed them before, haven't needed them since point stopped. That one when I got the collections job, and that was also due to the aforementioned delay with my current job. Simply called in and told them I wasn't going to work it anymore. They were going to try to move me up front doing teller stuff, but yeah, anything was better than my feet and body killing me like that. So this startup sales as a service company hired me right on the spot. Good pay, good benefits, career position, all that. My first week 3 people were on their way out, and I quickly noticed that nobody wanted to be there. They demanded everyone log their hours. Every single second of the day had to be accounted for in order to justify the employees. Everyone hated the clients, each other, and were constantly out sick. Every time I would ask for help I was ignored and left standing like an idiot until I just went back to my desk and waited. This was supposed to be a front-end developer and web design position, but ended up being one of those cherry-picking factory things where you dug through someone else's code and made changes sometimes. Which is fine, but the work was few and far between, and you were expected to be at your desk every single second because nobody communicated anything and complained to the boss if they'd wander over and you weren't there. The people on my team had a clique that rivaled high school pettiness. There was a lady who was out with family health problems a lot, and these guys were constantly bashing her and doing their best to break stuff at this poor lady's desk. Then there was the farting. A guy on my row would fetched into a jar all day and waft it at people, then crop dust everyone in the row. Nobody cared. In fact, it was all the rage in the department and everyone talked about how cool AMD stinky it was for hours. Ironically, that wasn't what got me to quit. It was when the boss blamed me for his missing a tax appointment because a client literally ignored every single message I sent her with simple cash clearing instructions. Seriously? 2 months was a long time to last their point edit words. I was in between jobs desperately looking for anything when I saw a help wanted sign wrote on scratch paper in the window of an Armenian restaurant. I went and talked to the manager, or tried to, but all I got was him pointing at me then back to a piece of paper speaking in Armenian for like 5 minutes. All that was written on the paper was $signs, but he was making a big deal of it and told me to come in the next day. I showed up the next day and he locked my skateboard in a closet, and with no explanation of my duties he put me at the register before going back into the kitchen. As you can imagine, I had troubles with the menu, operating system, etc. At one point a customer was trying to pay in cash, and when I went to fetch him, he told me to not touch the register and rifled through his pocket pulling out 20s to figure out the change. He invited me out for a cigarette, and midway through he starts telling me his issues and how he'd appreciate if I let him stay at my house during the week. I've known this dude for a total of like 4 hours, mind you. I politely decline his offer of $100 a month for letting him crash at my house. Like 20 minutes go by, and I get a call asking for Mohammed, the manager, saying that he needs to answer questions about his employees not getting paid in full. I try to tell him what the deal is, but he just shoos me out of the kitchen saying he's not here while winking. Another 20 minutes pass, and 2 employees walk in demanding to speak with him about their checks, and he makes them write their hours and tips down on scratch paper. After they storm out he tells me to clean the tables, which are done 3 times that day, while he just spends the rest of my shift at a table running numbers with his head in his hands. Never filled out any paperwork, never got paid for any work. But goddamn, if that food wasn't delicious. As I left he said hopefully see you tomorrow, to which I answered sure, and turned out the door. He knew I wasn't coming back. I graduated university and wanted an office job, so I went to a large hiring agency, and they thought I'd be cut out for customer service phone work. They send me to this uptown office and I get an interview and they like me and tell me to come back for training the next day. I come in and everyone there looks weirdly desperate and young. They sit us down at a long table in an office and start explaining the job to make it sound as unscammy as possible, but it's totally a scam. They wanted us to call businesses about getting listed in some directory and get enough information from them so that they could then mail invoices to them and hope they were scatterbrained enough to pay them without really checking the details. Instead of teaching us much about the product, they spend most of the time schooling us on how to get past pesky secretaries and receptionists who ask too many questions so that we could get a proper name to put on said invoice. Apparently this is well-known business directory scam. I didn't know it at the time, but it sounded really weird, and you could see a lot of the people there, I'd say no one there was over 25, seemed to feel the same. Lot of uncomfortable looks around the room. Anyway, I thought it sounded like bullshit, and I came down with the flu that night, so I never went back. But the next week I see the company in the news because that office got raided by the cops for fraud. So I really dodged a bullet there. What grinds my gears the most is that a large, well-known hiring agency sent me there and didn't even care to vet the company. I could have been involved in a major police raid and they couldn't have given two sheets about that. New York City late 90s. Go for sales job interview. Get to the place. It's a brownstone in a residential block. Whatever, New York is weird. Go in. It's the first floor of an apartment filled with desks and phones. There seem to be people working there. Maybe I'm not going to be killed. Meet the owner. We talk a bit about life and he says I can start right away. I'm like cool, but what is the job? He's like, oh it's sales, let's get you out there and see how you do. Okay, I guess. A job is better than no job. He shows me to a desk with a phone and a few binders. Here you go, just follow the script and ask for purchasing or accounts receivable or the manager. I was like wait, what? He said, you'll be fine. Okay, where are the phone numbers? He looks at me like, huh? I say, who do I call? He says oh, just pick businesses out of the white pages and walks away. I know this is bad, but I figure I'll just look at the script. It's all about light bulbs. I'm confused. I look at the other binder. It's order forms for light bulbs. This motherfucker wants me to cold call random businesses to sell light bulbs. I call a few people for fun. No one wants some dude's random light bulbs mailed to them. Say I'm going out for a smoke. I never look back. I worked for this guy. Let's call him Slim Tony. He told me to meet him at the bank, 12 p.m. sharp, and make sure my car had plenty of gas. He came running out of the bank with two of his associates, wearing stockings over their heads. A bank security guard was giving chase, shooting at them with a revolver. Slim Tony and the others are running towards my car as I'm parked out front just as he asked. They're shooting over their shoulders, under their arms, carrying sacks filled with I can only guess money, because bills were streaming out behind them, like in the cartoons. I noped the hell out of there. Slim Tony and the others were waiting by the curb. Slim pulled off his stocking and had the saddest look, like I told him a secret about his mother that portrayed here in an unfavorable light. His puppy eyes got the better of me. I throw the car in reverse, pick him and his associates up, and we drive off. Cops are chasing us. I have second thoughts because the cops shot out my back window, and rather than pull over and find out what they want, Slim insists I drive them to Chinatown first. Somebody left one of those ramps right next to the curb. I accidentally hit it and go up on two wheels, start knocking over fruit crates and crates filled with flapping chickens. None of the chickens were harmed in the making of this Reddit post. White feathers flying everywhere. We make it through Chinatown. My car flops back on four wheels, which are screeching around every turn I make. Slim Tony gives me a ton of shit because I couldn't hear over all the gunshots that he wanted me to drop him off at Chinatown. But since I'm such a klutz on my first day, to just drive them over the bridge. At this point, I see no reason to please this guy, but I oblige him. Of course, the bridge is blocked by 4 or 5 black and whites, lights flashing, cops cocking shotguns behind the cars. Wouldn't you know it, another idiot haphazardly left another set of car ramps in the middle of the road. I mix up the brake and gas pedals and floor it. We go flying over the cop cars. Everything feels like it's in slow motion. Slim Tony and the others are weightless in the back seat. The car comes crashing down on the now empty bridge, but I don't see anything because the car hood came flying up. In the next instant, the car hood was back in place, and we are screeching through the countryside dirt roads. I stop. Slim Tony and his associates get out. They try to bribe me with some money and start calling me the wheelman. I tell them I don't want their money, I'm not taking the job. Too many OSHA infractions, shitty dental plan, they called it curbside dental, sounded like a scam, no thanks. I told him off. Said it feels like they're running a pyramid scheme, or they weren't on the up and up. They apologized. Few years later I find out Slim Tony opened a health food store selling imported quinoa. Only, he doesn't go by Slim Tony anymore. Just Anthony. Glad he's doing well, but I wouldn't work for him. Nope. Here is my story. You can call it fake news, or whatever you want. I don't care. But the story is true whether you want to believe it or not. I used to own a company that did telecommunication work. We were approached by a new hotel that was being built in our city. The hotel was a luxury brand hotel and is owned by a prominent developer who went on to lead the greatest nation on earth. The developer asked my company to prepare a design and quote for their building. We were very excited. This developer was famous. He was huge. And we thought, what a great opportunity. We prepared our design and proposal over the following weeks. The proposal was a multi-million-dollar quote with a timeline of about 6 months of work with a team of about 6 to 10 people. A large project for us. It would have been a significant percentage of our annual revenue. We presented the proposal to the developer, who was impressed. Then the developer proceeded to tell us that they wanted the system for free. After a bit of a chuckle at the joke, we sat there for a minute or two. Then developer said, because they have such an amazing reputation, it would be a huge feather in our cap to do this job. So the developer felt that was compensation enough for our work. Realizing now that the developer wasn't joking, I said no thank you and asked the developer to leave our office. The developer left and gave our design and proposal to a competitor. I had been working as a line cook, was a bit tired of cooking, and wanted to try a for serving position for a summer. Applied at a restaurant near my house, and within a week I was interviewing with the owner. We had a great talk/interview, but he called me later to ask me to run a deli of this small market he was going to buy. Was hesitant, but he offered a great pay and full benefits. He ended up not buying the market. Asked me to be the head chef at his restaurant that I had originally applied to be a server at. After working 15+ hours a day, keep in mind we weren't even open yet. He hasn't shown me any information from previous years and had no employees, yet due to the very seasonal business we receive, having him argue every little detail, ordering foods only to have him tell me I've ordered from the wrong purveyors, and him taking absolutely no criticism/advice on how the kitchen should change/be run. I was about to rip my faking hair out. He also expected my small team of 4 cooks to not only cook and wash all dishes for our shift, 11 to 5, but also prep all of our ingredients plus the dinner crew's ingredients during our lunch shift while we were cooking. If you've ever been to Lake Tahoe during the summer, you know how crazy it gets. It's impossible. Final straw was when my paycheck finally came in. He wasn't paying me what we had agreed on, and I was missing over 1k on a single paycheck. Also, never received my benefits. Worked for him for just shy of a month. Had an interview for a Born site where you tagged and wrote the descriptions for Born clips. I wrote about it after it happened for a storytelling thing. Here ya go. I was browsing the New York City Craigslist for jobs when I came across a header that said webmaster wanted for large Born site. Being the curious type, I clicked on it and it detailed briefly some vague social media skills. The pay was rather extraordinary, so I thought, why not, and sent off my resume with a brief cover letter saying I believe I would be well qualified for this job. A couple hours later I got a reply asking if I could come in the following day. They listed a business address in Midtown and I arrived early wearing a blazer and a polo, with my hair brushed and my face clean shaven. The receptionist led me to a conference room and smiled as she handed me a glass of water. "He'll be right with you," she said in a genteel southern accent. A few minutes later a small man wearing a pink dress shirt walks into the room. "David," he said, "name changed for this story." I said my name, and we shook hands. "I have a copy of your resume," he said, flicking the paper for emphasis, and he sat down across from me. I'd risen to greet him, and sat down too, at the end of this long conference table. "So," he said, "great weather today, eh?" Yeah, I replied. So, he said. So, I said. The room was silent for a second as he pulled out a laptop computer and placed it between us, slightly to my right, as so we could both see what was on the screen. With a flurry of his wrist he opened up the computer, and I was greeted with what could best be described as a cavalcade of peni, vaginas, and breasts in all sorts of seemingly unique and creative displays. "Do you like porn?" he said, in a slight European accent I found hard to place. He played nonchalantly with his cufflinks. "Sure I do," I replied. "Gotta love it." "Right," he said, with a little too much emphasis on the T at the end. He ran me through the job description. I was to find video clips of graphic pornography and place them on this web page. My name would appear nowhere, he said, and that the job offered full health and benefits. He clicked on a video, and we sat for a second as I watched someone's daughter get nailed by a man who wouldn't look out of place in a police lineup. On one side of the page was a banner ad for bonus enlargement. The giant animated cork grew on the screen as words promising said results flashed on and off in a hypnotic, almost dreamlike way. I sat back in my chair. It was unusual to look at pornography with anyone else, especially in an objective fashion, especially with a European man in a pink shirt with matching cufflinks, and especially in an interview setting. "A lot of the job is SEO optimization," he said. "I know how to do that," I said. "Right," he said. "Right," I said, a few seconds later. "Let's play a game, shall we?" he said. Sure," I said. "Okay, now, let's say I don't know," he said, looking around the room seemingly for some divine inspiration. "Let's say MILF gets faked by big cock, right?" I audibly gasped. "Now," he continued, "your job, should you get it, would be to use describing words, so that the porn user should be able to find it easier." "Right," I said. "Now, when I say big cock, what comes to mind?" My mind reeled. Large member?" "Right," he said. I noticed my mouth was agape, and that I'd finished all my water. "What about, let's say, MILF, cougar?" "See. Easy peasy," he said, rubbing his hands together the way one might do before digging into a large meal. "How much porno do you look at a day?" he asked. "A day? I have experience with SEO and web editing. And I'm good with clients," I said, trying to get the conversation back to a place that didn't involve having to admit to someone how much pornography I viewed. The cork on the banner ad continued to grow and shrink out of the corner of my eye. Maybe that's what was the final straw. I said, before just giving up on the sentence entirely. His shoulders hunched slightly, and I knew that he knew that I knew that I wasn't cut out for this job. As I rode the elevator down to the main lobby, I wondered what it would be like to wake up every morning and put on a dress shirt and take the train to work, knowing full well that your entire day would be spent viewing some of the most debaucherous pornography on the internet for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for $45,000 a year plus health and benefits. I have actually two of them. Now the first one, Duane Reade, a drugstore in New York City. I aced the interview and the person in charge wanted to put me in photo section, even though digital photography was just taking off. Also, I was looking for second and third shift work as it was for a second job I was hoping to do. She kept trying to convince me that they are very busy in that section and will be for a long time. So red flag number one ignored. Now, I told her I was looking for a location in either Brooklyn near my home or in Manhattan near my first job. Of course they give me my place, and it is in the faking Bronx. I called her and told her that this was not happening, and if she wanted me to work for them, they needed to stop playing games. She then switched me to a location near my job, so I can go there after my main job. It was fixed, but red flag number two. So I get my schedule for training, only training, no mention of my actual work schedule yet, if I would be doing second or third shift or whatnot. It was on a Saturday, which I don't mind working, but I got up early to go to this location, tried to find someone there and no one was expecting me, and the person who I named wasn't in yet. Okay, I told them I would just browse around the store and wait. So it was an hour after I was supposed to be there and meet with my trainer and nothing. At this point, I gave up and just went home and literally didn't hear back from them for like 4 days when the woman who hired me asked me why didn't I show up for my first day of work. I just let into her and hung up on her. I heard they got bought out a few years later by Walgreens, but they kept the branding because they are all over New York City and well known and liked by customers. Second one, got called for an interview for what I thought was Home Depot. Turned out it was a separate but related company which does in-house sales in Home Depots doing cabinetry facing. I was reluctant as I didn't want to do sales as again. This was a side job and I was already doing sales. They talked me into it as my resume was pretty good. So I agreed and they gave me a date and time to show up for training. So I get there and again, I waited for like 2 hours for my trainer to come and nothing. Called the person and didn't get through and left a voice message about how unprofessional it was to be 2 hours late without even calling me to tell me this. I could have went to a movie and returned or something. I get a call on the way home saying that they were sorry, can I turn around, and they would be there in 15 minutes. I just laughed and said that I cannot trust them and it's not even what I wanted to do. I worked really briefly at a casino as an IT technician. I was there for about a month and a week. It was far from horrible, but it was clear that the higher ups cared more about their bottom line than they did about providing proper IT support. Which, I guess shouldn't have been a surprise to me. I took the job at a pretty large pay cut. I left my previous job because things were shifting. Our contract looked to be going away. At the minimum our positions as network admins were going bye-bye. I took a jump and grabbed something stable since I was pretty nervous of finding myself without a job. I interviewed fine. The job didn't seem so bad. I'd be stuck on third shifts for the time being, which wasn't preferred, but also fine. My first day during orientation, along with new servers, hosts, bartenders, you name it, my boss pulled me out for a meeting and a short tour. I was actually pretty excited for a new adventure. I knew that bonuses, merit raises, and promotions would happen. During a meeting, our director kept referring to a help desk. I really didn't pay it much mind, but it did strike my curiosity. While walking back to orientation, my boss showed me the id room. Looking at the room, there were about 4 PCs on a bench-type desk facing a wall. The room was mirrored on the opposite side, but those desks were reserved for our lead tech and the systems guys. We started walking back to orientation and I asked him, so, where does the help desk sit? He stopped for a moment, and it dawned on him that I didn't know. No one told me. He explained that we were in fact the help desk and tier 2 support. I won't lie, I felt pretty stupid, naive, but also a little duped. No one told me I'd have to answer phones or email, working as an help desk tech. Ugh, this was also fine, a surprise, no big deal. My immediate boss was a supervisor, also a friend, from my old contract. I had interviewed with him when I was on their help desk 3 years ago. I had effectively demoted myself. We both came from a company where the help desk and PC techs worked as different teams. I chalked this up to just miscommunication or differing IT culture/environment. The job wasn't hard, it was just bullshit. Here I have multiple IT certifications, and I'm changing printer carts and resolving simple email problems. Yeah, no, I really still couldn't complain. I signed up for that. They pretty much had no asset management. Sometimes we had to deploy tech computers for users if they were running low. They barely tracked anything. During the next few weeks, I tried to get into the groove. I started to feel like higher management didn't give a shit about us. We were just drones, and no one really complained about how shit they ran the department, because there was a looming threat that they would impact bonuses. Most of the techs were overworked. They had one server guy who was way over his head and pulling his hair out on the stress. At the minimum they could have used about 6-7 techs throughout the department, IT tech, server, and network. I know that my supervisor was getting stonewalled on a lot of changes he wanted to make. They just didn't want to spend more money. They had constant turnover. They couldn't hold on to people because they didn't want to expanded the budget for more staff. The thing that really got me, what pushed me over the edge and proved to me that without a doubt I didn't want to continue to work there anymore. We had to share desks. Technically we didn't have a desk, just 4 shared computers that we could work on. Sometimes during a shift change, I'd have someone waiting to use my PC or I'd have to wait until someone's shift was over. With no real sense of personal workspace or belonging, I felt expendable, a number, a drone. I know it's petty, but it really bothered me. I'd have 7 tickets from the same one person in whatever department. They'd forget their password every other day, had issues with software, or using the wrong logins. They had some people that showed some real incompetence, from my perspective, and they had their own cubicle. Okay. I was just jealous and felt slighted. I made my plan to get out of there. I contacted my old boss, who happened to be my current supervisor's wife, at the contract. I asked her if things had stabilized and asked to come back. 2 weeks later I was back on my old team. When I was in college, I was hired as a security guard by a company advertising in our school newspaper. I got printed, got my uniform and they assigned me to a building that was entirely allocated to a big insurance company. This was right after 9/11, so everyone was super on edge. As the new guy, I drew the 10 PM to 6 AM shift. The thing was a total shit show from the second I showed up. Right when I got there, the night janitor started yelling at me because the guy on the shift before me had left early and apparently left doors locked which needed to be unlocked. Within 15 minutes I got a call on the company phone from the dispatch office also yelling at me for the same thing despite explicitly recognizing it was not me who had made the mistake. Apparently, the parking garage for this company was a popular vehicular intercourse station for the community, as I came upon 5, not kidding, cars where copulation was being readily practiced. I then had to shoo these people away and wait and watch while they left. They all were not pleased with the situation, yelling at me with one guy throwing a condom out the window at me as he drove away. 2 people were sleeping in their offices, which again was against regulation, and I had to wake these poor fakers up and kick them out. One started telling me his sob story about his wife leaving. This all happened in the first 2 hours of my 8-hour shift. The final straw came when dispatch called again and let me know there was a congregation of homeless people on the outer part of the parking lot, located under a freeway overpass next to a rain ditch. Upon getting close, I noted at least 15 people sitting in the dark. I was unarmed aside from my flashlight as a rent-a-cop point. Rather than walking into my savage beating at the hands of the less fortunate for uselessly shooing them in the middle of the night, I turned around, called dispatch and said I'd be turning in my stuff the next day. That was at approximately 12:45 AM, first shift. Oh my god, I finally have an answer for this. Hope I'm not too late. So the beginning of 2017 I was laid off. I milked unemployment for a while. Around August I started searching. I went for an interview for a warehouse position in a appliance company. It was a really small company. I went to do the interview and didn't really notice much employees. And also I didn't notice any employees in the warehouse. I asked if there are any other warehouse employees. They told me yeah. They offered me the job, and I told them I will think about it. The hours liked. So, I figured I should try this out. I accept. It's my first day. I get there. I'm the only warehouse employee. Repair drivers start asking me to grab them parts they need. At first I was looking around to see if they were maybe asking someone else, but nope. I'm the only guy there. I explained it was my first day and everyone I had to explain this to just sighed loudly and said I'll do it myself. This pissed me off, but whatever, I'll just push through it. Now here's the worst part. It was August, so it was a very hot day. They had the garage door of the warehouse open. All of a sudden I find myself swatting wasps away from me. Dozens of them. That's when the boss came and said, you know there's a nest outside the door. Why don't you grab a shovel and garbage bag and take it down? I have a chuckle and he says back to me, I'm serious. Get rid of it. I was shocked. I'm not allergic to wasp or any type of bees for that matter. But I told him I was. At lunch I asked where the nearest Tim Hortons was so I can walk out with my stuff without looking like I was dipping. And I never went back. Intentionally faked up an interview once it became apparent that the job was basically door-to-door soliciting, which the interviewer blatantly refused to admit, despite the fact that I directly said to her, so it's door-to-door soliciting? Several times. can't trust people who just slap the truth away like it's nothing. Just to edit in a point here, there was also no fixed salary on this job. It was purely based off of how many people you managed to convince to buy the product, home security, and nothing else. So if you have a slow month, you're getting little to no money. That was another huge reason why I noped the fuck out of it. Was hired as a recruitment manager for a telemarketing company. The day I was supposed to start, they tell me that I need to do 1 month of telemarketing as a part of my training. No mention of this on the job posting, nor during the interview, nor in my contract, but I figure that I can take it. It's only a month. And the next day, I come in and tell the guy that unless you're gonna put me in charge of recruiting, which I was faking hired to do, I'm gonna walk out because I can't do telemarketing. I can read people face to face, I can get them relaxed, and I can tell people what they want to hear, or at least what I think they want to hear, but I can't do telemarketing. It's not what I do. He said that it's a mandatory part of my training, so I got up, told him that my tenure here is over, just 48 hours after being hired, and walked out. It really pissed me off, because the money would have been excellent, but I just couldn't force myself to go through 1 month of telemarketing as some kind of stupid training, when it had nothing to do with recruiting people. Some people just piss me the hell off. Half an hour into the first day point I had been laid off from my job, and I applied at a cabinet factory that had just opened and was beginning to ramp up operations. When I was offered the job, the hours rep told me it paid $10 per hour. Any time worked over 8 hours per day would be overtime and paid time and a half. Any time worked on Saturdays would be paid double time, regardless of how many hours were worked that week, and I would receive full benefits beginning on my first day of employment. I arrived at work the first day, and the same hours rep was running the orientation. She began by telling us we were starting at $7.50 per hour. Overtime was paid only on time, worked over 40 hours per week. Any overtime on Saturdays was time and a half, only after 40 hours, and we wouldn't get benefits until after 6 months of employment. One of the other new employees pointed out to the hours rep she had been told the same things I had been told when offered the job, but by another hour rep. Several other people spoke up and said they had been told the same things. The hours rep said, "We made a mistake." No, they hadn't. It was bait and switch. The company knew they wouldn't get enough employees unless they made it sound better than it was. Also, how do that many different employees make the exact same mistake? I walked out immediately. No way was I going to work for a company that would like to get me to take the job. I never even finished the interview process. Sorry, this is going to be a bit long. I was called in to interview for an accounts management position for a marketing company with a listed starting salary of $50,000. The office is in a typical office park not far from where I live, and while I'm waiting in their reception area, I can see that the main room of their suite has no furniture in it. Literally none. Red flag. 1 point I'm walked back into an office for my first round interview, which I can only describe as baffling. The interviewer asks me only the most superficial questions about my experience and provides virtually no information about what the job actually is. What it does include lots of inexplicable doublespeak about hard work and starting from the bottom. As an example, out of nowhere, she asked me if I had ever been skydiving. I said I hadn't, so she followed up by asking if I ever did, if I would want my instructor to have experience skydiving. This becomes relevant later, I promise. I try to ask questions to nail down what the hell the job actually is, but she tells me that will come with the second round interview. And by the way, can I come back at noon for a lunchtime interview? I agree, though the fact that they're this faking cagey is definitely red flag. 2 point I get back to the office park a little early, and the receptionist invites me to flip through some of the company magazines they have on the table. I figure that should have some information about what the heck this company is, so happily pick one up. Nothing. Page after page of vague employee profiles talking about the keys to success and determination. What is clear is that this office I'm working for, while sharing no names with any of the other companies profiled in the magazine, is somehow connected to them through some Byzantine parent company. Red flag. 3 point then my second interviewer arrives. along with another dude that is apparently shadowing the interview. They take me to get coffee and ask me exactly 0 questions about my qualifications or interest in the position. Instead, they explain the hierarchical structure of their company, how everyone starts in the sales position, which is strictly commission based, until their sales numbers are high enough that they can start recruiting salespeople beneath them, at which point they become the account manager, which is the position I was told I was interviewing for. And up until they're able to break off and form their own company. It's a corporate pyramid scheme. And the product? Selling AT&T plans door to door. Fuck this sheet. Red flags #4 infinity point. They drive me back to the office for the 3rd round of interviews with some fast talking asshole. Clearly they're closer, though it's hard for me to imagine anyone being won over by this sheet. His first question is what I think about the position, and I had to tell him I was perturbed at the bait and switch about the advertised management job and the sales job they're actually offering me. At which point he asks me the exact same series of questions about skydiving. Suddenly it all makes sense, why they were so cryptic and evasive about what the job is, why that first interviewer was giving me the hard sell on a job I was interviewing for. These were all the people who were fooled by this sheet in the first place, so they thought it worked. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. I forgot about this experience until I read some of these comments. This is something I think I genuinely repressed deep down, because it was an unfortunate time in my life. I moved to LA to pursue my dream of becoming a filmmaker when I was 22. I got a bunch of freelance jobs, shooting and editing for like $150 a project. It was rough. I applied for a lot of jobs on Monster and whatever other bullshit sites there are. Got a group interview for one. It was held at a House of Blues. Myself and about 20 other, well, kids, like me, all showed up on like a Friday night. The job was for filmmakers and we will get paid to shoot and edit and get paid to make movies. It was some music producer that was doing the hiring. He was sitting at a booth behind a curtain while he had some guy come and tell us about the job. It was really vague, and they made it seem like getting paid wasn't very straightforward. The dude says just head on over to he booth when you see that nobody else is there and just do your thing. Word for word, I swear to God. I asked another interviewee there what he thought of it. He sounded like me, desperate. I asked him if he was gonna stick around, and he said yes. I left immediately. I have no idea who the music producer was. He didn't seem well known in any way whatsoever. He seemed like he thought he was a big deal. But I had just had a few bad experiences of being taken advantage of as a young kid trying to start a film career, and I was getting good at spotting the people ready to take advantage of that. What a terrible town and industry. Got hired at Dunkin' Donuts first summer after college. Was told to come in at 4 AM for training, and first shift. Assistant manager was an hour and a half late, and we didn't open until 5:30. Was sent home cause not enough time to train, and rushed to get store open. Second day working, I'm being trained by some dude who keeps leaving to go smoke a joint outside, and I have to keep waiting for him to come back to help customers cause I don't know how to make sandwiches or fancy drinks. Third day at work, get told by boss that trainer weeb dude quit and stole a 24 pack of soda out the back. The final day I'm there with boss, who gets me set up and tells me she's going home to take a nap and to call her if there's any issues. I'm working off hours, so I'm running place by myself. Shouldn't be too hard. An hour in a soccer game gets out and place gets packed. Everyone is in here with kids and wants fancy coolatus and other types of drinks. I have customers yelling at me demanding I hurry up. I have the other customers telling me I made the coolator wrong. I call boss, who gets pissed and drives over only to call me back and say to text her when angry customers leave cause she doesn't want to deal with them. Whereas customers demand to speak to her, I call boss back and tell her she needs to come in cause I quit and I'm leaving store unattended. On top of all that, they never paid me for the 20 hours I worked there. Then again, they can keep it. Fuck that place. The department consisted of 2 employees, and I was hired to replace the admin assistant who was leaving. After 30 some odd years, I had to write everything I did in a Word document. Phone calls, if I called them, if they called me, how long the conversation was, what time, and if I called them. If I left a message or spoke to someone. I had to notate paperwork I did, filling, billing, my breaks, everything. My boss would come in every morning and read them. If he found issues, and he did, he would spend 2-3 hours every morning going over it, every detail. Then he'd tell me these long stories about his days as whatever his jobs were. It had nothing to do with our current job most of the time. One morning I'm in hour 2 of his going off on me, and I can't stop yawning. See, I have PTSD and this guy set off so many alarms for me. I wasn't sleeping good. Well, me yawning every 2 minutes got his blood boiling. He finished his 3-hour monologue, went to lunch and came back, and said you need to drink more coffee or something. You're only energetic after lunch, and it seems like it's because it's almost time to go home. It was, but it wasn't, because I was earnestly not sleeping good because of him. Then he gets on to me for not asking questions, but when I would try he'd go it's not rocket science. One day he exclaims that the lady retiring isn't going to help me anymore. But our work was seasonal and did different things based on the season. I started in winter and spring was coming up and there were several things I didn't know, and if you didn't do them exactly how he wanted them, he stomped through the office and would spend all day telling me I'm wrong, even though I was following the book she left me. So he tells me I need to add up the amount of paint needed to restripe roads in our county. I use her formula, have the results to him. He says it's wrong, and spends all day taking to me like I'm 3 and showing me how to add. We can't get his way to work no matter what we do, and after all day of him stomping around about it, he looks at the original formula and goes yeah, I guess that's right, packs up his stuff, and goes home. One day he tells me to cancel this meeting with all these folks. I do, but the day of the meeting, someone shows up. My boss is in his office. A lot of days he'd go out to do whatever, and I'm trying to strangle myself with panic. Tell the guy it had been cancelled, and check my daily log. I put that I'd left a message, but didn't say if it was on a machine or with a person. The guy leaves, and I immediately go talk to my boss cause I figured hiding it would be bad. I'm visibly anxious at this point and he can tell, but instead of thinking it's because I'm scared of him, he thinks it's because I'm lying. He goes to lunch, and apparently calls everyone to confirm my story. Comes back and exclaims that there's no way I could have reached anyone at that number, as it was an office number or something, and spends the rest of the workday yelling at me about telling the truth. I went to the bathroom, cried like I was dying, begged my husband to let me leave. I had been begging him to let me leave so I could focus on art, and walked back, grabbed my keys, and put them on my boss's desk. Said that I couldn't work somewhere with this level of mistrust. 3 months. Every day was hell, except the days he was gone. That's the only reason I lasted so long. He was pretty much gone the whole month of December. Took me 2 weeks to nope the fuck out of a server position at a local pizzeria here in Seattle. Boss hired me over the phone in August, 1 month before I moved to WA, and said I should be ready to work once I'm done physically moving everything in my house, since they wouldn't have any more servers by the first 2 weeks of September. I was there by the second week, doesn't start me till a week later. The night before college begins. I'm a freshman, just freshly moved from my home for so many years, and I'm getting thrown in a week after being there. I've worked in restaurants since I was 12, so I'm not inexperienced, but I'm not a master at serving, so of course, I expected training for a couple days or something. No. Throws me in, doesn't tell me anything about the job policies, no work packet, no introduction to where everything goes, and doesn't tell me the table numbers, which the bussers begrudgingly told me in low voices. My second week working there, I was put on an entire shift by myself, with barely any training in that particular establishment, and regulars were getting angry that I didn't know what they always got. The boss was forced to come in and help, and the GM was getting upset that I couldn't handle 20 tables by myself with no training or any support. There was one training busser I didn't come back after that shift. I lasted about an hour in a steel grinding factory. I was interviewed by a friend's brother-in-law, and he told me what I would be doing, the same thing my friend was doing, and I was immediately hired. My friend was using a small hand tool to smooth out edges on small steel parts. The guy that hired me leaves. I'm told that I can purchase goggles from them, but since I had glasses, I didn't have to have them. I'm taken to the floor and handed a 30+ pound angle grinder and told to grind the top of the part that comes down the line. It was smoky, dirty, hot, and loud. Everyone around is chain smoking cigarettes and cheap cigars. I could barely see or hear anyone else. I had to cover my face with my shirt just to breathe. People start getting pissed at me because I wasn't doing the job correctly. I was doing my best. I yelled that I have never done this before. Someone comes and grabs my tool and does a part. He yells about that being the way it is done. From what I could see, I was doing the exact same thing he had just done. I get the biggest tool back and get a few more parts done, and then a big faking guy comes up and shoves me from behind. The tool grabs my shirt and I panic. I yank the tool away from me and toss it on the ground. I pick it back up and throw it at the big motherfucker and walk out. I walked about 5 miles home covered in steel splinters and greasy black dust covering from head to toe. I had to wait about 3 hours for my sister to get home and let me in. She drove past twice because she didn't know who the insane looking person sitting on her porch was. I washed my body with dish soap in the backyard with the water hose. I had to throw away my clothes and shoes. I met up with my friend later and he told me that people were taking bets on how long I would last once I hit the floor. Fuck that place and fuck those guys. Never again. Tried getting a job delivering newspapers. They told me that for my first couple days, I'd be riding with the person who currently did what was to be my route point. The problem was, the person I was taking the route from wouldn't let me in her car, so I had to follow her in my own car. It made seeing what she was doing, where she was putting each paper, really hard. Point nonetheless, I continued for the next couple days, marking on my map every time she dropped off a paper. When it came time to do the route on my own, I went out confident I'd get it done relatively quick and be home before sunrise. What I didn't account for was that the neighborhood I was delivering at doesn't mark the house numbers in anything even resembling a coherent way. The fact that it was the middle of winter in New England and pitch dark outside didn't help. It would be on the side of the steps leading up to the property on one house. Next door the number would be on the garage. Sometimes the numbers would be in back of the house. When it was a multi-family unit. Point the sun came up and I was only halfway done delivering the papers. I eventually got them all delivered, but by that time it was 9 AM. I'd been at it for 7 hours and I knew I couldn't stick it through the day after that. Especially not while going to college. I quit later that day. 2 days, training plus first day, when I was a teenager. It was a brand new Panago opened by a married couple with kids who'd never owned a business before. I think their only experience in the food industry was the lady worked at a Wendy's when she was a teenager. I got hired before the shop opened for business, and I knew I was in trouble the very first day. After our training shift, everybody faked off instantly, except the owners who looked at each other, like I guess we have to sweep up. Or last staff left. So I did it, being the type to stay late if needed. If you can't ask your new staff to sweep up, you're gonna have a bad time. First day they opened, absolute bloody shit show. The whole town wanted to try the new pizza place and we were taking so many orders that the kitchen got backed the fuck up. It's everyone's first day still. 12 brand new staff running around including drivers, and instead of stopping taking orders to fix 2 hours worth of backed up deliveries and takeouts, we were told to just keep marching through. 25-ish people were in the store waiting for their food, and instead of doing what a proper pizza place would do, stop what I'm doing to find and probably remake their orders first, because they're in the store waiting, I was told to ignore them to keep taking orders. In the middle of all this, their tiny toddler daughter is running around the back of the Panago, getting into dangerous shit and climbing on steel equipment. They assigned one of the staff who was a friend of the family to be the on-the-clock babysitter. She was walking around in uniform chasing a toddler and not expected to try and work otherwise, getting in everybody's way. At the end of my shift this time, I was told, not asked, to stay another 4 hours. I looked around at all of this and went, yeah, holy fuck. My 16-year-olders would rather work at the grocery store. Right then I gave my uniform back to the lady owner and she started flipping out. Just went off the handle. Told me I was a little bitch with a bad attitude and blah, blah, blah. I told her she was a stupid cunt while walking out. A year later, I heard the place had been closed due to an accident, as in, somebody drove their goddamn truck right through the shop's front floor to ceiling windows. Insurance called it suspicious, and so did the little town. No idea what came of it, fuck you, Panago. When I was in college, I was a disc jockey at the university-run radio station. They sold events to local businesses, where the DJs would show up, spin records, give away prizes, etc. It was mostly campus bars and restaurants, very student-oriented. But then they signed the Edsel. It was a dive Tony bar, way off campus. It was basically a bum bar that was popular with the local scumbag population because they cashed welfare checks and sold lottery tickets. But the owner wanted a better clientele. So she changed the name to the Edsel, put some old time rock and roll crap on the walls, and signed a contract with our station to do a series of sponsored nights with the hopes that we could attract students into her hole in the wall point. The first night, I worked as a team with one other DJ. We got a few students, but mostly the same old scumbag crowd. At one point, somebody found a gun on the dance floor and brought it up to the DJ booth. We made an announcement, anybody lose their gun. I watched dozens of hands go to their waistbands. Nope, got mine. After that adventure in Tonyland, we still had about 2 months of events to host there. But it wasn't me who noped, it was my partner. He wasn't as desperate as I was for the cash, so passed hard on ever returning. Which worked for me, as I got to handle the gig solo and not have to split the pay. He talked about the place like a shooting gallery, effectively scaring all the other DJs away as well. And when the contract was up, the owner cut a deal directly with me to DJ there indefinitely. It wound up being how I paid my way through school. Thanks, the Edsel. Was out of work and hitting up whatever I could find on Craigslist. Previous experience was as a server admin and database admin, and some prior help desk stuff. Point job didn't pay great, but it was super close and a small company offering its services to other businesses, so I was interested. Went to the interview. It was at some old dude's house. One other guy, maybe mid-50s, sitting in a room working on a HP desktop from 2003. This is in 2015. I go into an office, talk to the guy about my experience. He offers me a job on the spot. I'm hard on cash, so I accept. He asks me to start today. I shrug and say why not. Point. So he sits me down in the other room where that guy is working on the 12-year-old PC. He then points to 2 computers and he says, look at the printer settings. On this one the icon for the printer looks like the printer, on the other one it doesn't. Fix it. Point. He goes in his office and I start dicking around with the drivers to see what is wrong. Talking to the other guy a bit, I just ask, so what do you guys do here exactly? He proceeds to tell me he spent 3 weeks getting that 12-year-old PC up and running. When I ask why, he goes, well, it's a classic. I ask if it's for a customer. His reply, we don't have any. You should really go put some flyers up at a grocery store or something. We are paid 100% on commission. I ask him to explain, and he goes into detail explaining exactly what we were expected to do. Point. Got my jacket and walked out. Dude just wanted me to find my own customers, fix their PCs, while paying for parts out of my own pocket, and give him a cut, because he's a businessman. I'm still confused as to how he even convinced one person to agree to that sheet. First job when I moved to the big city, door-to-door sales. In a way, the reason I chose it was that it was for a large reputable medical charity, so I'm thinking this great. I'm doing good. Commission based, $50 per sign up plus $1,000 retainer for the first 2 weeks. While you're training. Point. First day, I find out when filling out paperwork that I'm actually working for a sales company contracted by the charity. No biggie, I think. Still doing good work. They try to sell me on their company as once you start making certain amount of sales you become a team lead and get X amount from every one of your team members' sales, and you keep going up from there, kinda like a pyramid does. Already pretty sus on the whole thing. I go out with our sales team. Team leader decides where we are going and decides to take us to one of the poorest suburbs in the city. No judgment, but if you can barely make ends meet, you're hardly going to give $50 a month for 12 months to a charity. We jump on the train. Team lead puts us on the wrong train, end up at the airport on the wrong side of town, ride back, get on the right train, and get to the suburb at almost 2 in the afternoon. Day is gone. Surprise surprise, no one gets a sale. I get hit by a kid in a push car and tear a ligament in my knee when I hit the ground. I get back to the office, walk into the big boss office, who interviewed/hired me, and tell him very politely that I don't think this is for me. His response, "What about team lead and the hard work he's put in for you?" Me, blank stare. I appreciate his time, but I have made up my mind. Not sure if I'm entitled to any of that retainer, but you can keep that for losing a day's training on me. Him, I don't remember saying anything about a retainer. Fact. That. Place point edit. Details. Oh yay. One I can answer. It was a moving company, like state to state, and they were on their 6th name change. I went in on my first day to train, and one of the girls was yelling at a customer on the phone. The other girl was digging through some of the moving boxes we had stored for customers. People would pay this company to store their stuff and deliver it to them at their new house, but they had a small clause that said they had 21 days past the delivery date to deliver it. Literally every phone call was screaming customers. The stuff was stored in a warehouse behind the office and was piled sky high and secured with heavy duty saran wrap. If something fell out, they grabbed the box and hurled it to the top of the pile. A customer called to see where their stuff was, by this point 2 weeks overdue, and was upset because she had to register her daughters in their new school across the country and didn't have any of their records to show. The girl that answered the phone said, "Well, you should have taken it with you when you were moving, instead of storing it." The last straw was when we went outside for something and came back in, and they told me to lock the door behind me always because we were in a bad neighborhood and they had been robbed, and a couple of girls rapped by leaving the door unlocked in the middle of the day on a weekday, surrounded by businesses. I cried all the way home cause I needed a job so badly, but I didn't go back. A friend of mine once got me a job offer at a business she worked at. After about 3 days of unpaid training/trial work and having to ask them for the official offer, ask them about what they'd pay me, etc. I said, "Okay, can I start like January 2nd? It was like December 20th. I graduated uni in like a day or two. My grandmother was in the hospital and we all thought she was dying, and it was Christmas. He wanted me to start like December 22nd. After negotiating, I managed to get that to my desired January 2nd, but he wasn't happy. After sleeping on it, going over his emails and the general tone in them, and thinking to the way he seemed to look down on everybody, I decided that I didn't want to be in a 6-month internship making minimum wage in an expensive area. He's baffled as to why, considering my friend had twisted his arm into getting me the offer. My friend didn't get it either. Fast forward 6 months, and she quits the day her contract is up, having realized after being called in on weekends and staying like 2 or 3 hours late regularly and generally being underappreciated, and she got it. She was glad I didn't take the job too, since I'd be stuck there for a while. I had just graduated high school, mid-90s, so this was when you actually had to look for jobs in the classified section of the newspaper. I found something that was advertising $400 to $500 per week as a manager. I can't remember the other details, but it sounded like I was qualified, so I called the number and was given a time to come in for an interview. Showed up to the corporate park. The office consisted of 2 rooms with no furniture. Because I was so young, this didn't raise any red flags. Neither did the fact that I was hired on the spot and paired with one of the top guys to show me the ropes. I end up in his car, riding around town and stopping at random offices so he can try to sell reprints of famous paintings for $10 a pop. Not sure what I was expecting, but door-to-door salesman definitely wasn't it. I asked the guy to take me back to the office, but he refused because he wouldn't be able to hit his numbers for the day. So I started walking the roughly 5 miles back to where my car was parked. As I was walking along a somewhat major highway, a car pulled over and asked if I needed a ride. The driver was an army recruiter in uniform with a business card. I may or may not have led him to believe that I was interested in joining the army, so he would give me a ride back to my car. Looking back, this whole situation was a bit surreal for an 18-year-old. Told this story on a post about Facebook advertising. There is a startup in the college town I live in that was making these bracelets that crowds would get during concerts, similar to the ones they use in the Super Bowl halftime shows. His idea was to have the artist make the set with the light show and sync the wristbands to everyone's phones with an app. It didn't sound like an awful idea, but it got so bad. One of the things the artist could do was, at any point during the show, push a Facebook post to the walls of everyone who had a wristband. Because, in order to use the app, you needed to sign in with Facebook, and one of the permissions was to post on your behalf. So what this would lead to was a post that looked like it was made by your friend, but actually be an ad pushed to your wall by the artist at the concert. The goal was to fool your friends into thinking it was a genuine post. It was super faked. There was also a bunch of data mining and location tracking stuff in the app. Basically it gave artists passive revenue by selling their fans' location data. I was like dumbfounded when he was explaining the app to me. There's the site if anyone is interested. Got hired at Dunkin' Donuts first summer after college. Was told to come in at 4 AM for training, and first shift. Assistant manager was an hour and a half late, and we didn't open until 5:30. Was sent home cause not enough time to train, and rushed to get store open. Second day working, I'm being trained by some dude who keeps leaving to go smoke a joint outside, and I have to keep waiting for him to come back to help customers cause I don't know how to make sandwiches or fancy drinks. Third day at work, get told by boss that trainer weed dude quit and stole a 24-pack of soda out the back. The final day I'm there with boss, who gets me set up and tells me she's going home to take a nap and to call her if there's any issues. I'm working off hours, so I'm running place by myself. Shouldn't be too hard. An hour in a soccer game gets out and place gets packed. Everyone is in here with kids and wants fancy coolatus and other types of drinks. I have customers yelling at me demanding I hurry up. I have the other customers telling me I made the coolatta wrong. I call boss, who gets pissed and drives over only to call me back and say to text her when angry customers leave cause she doesn't want to deal with them. Whereas customers demand to speak to her, I call boss back and tell her she needs to come in cause I quit and I'm leaving store unattended. On top of all that, they never paid me for the 20 hours I worked there. Then again, they can keep it. Fuck that place.